to not lose the lane. So you will have a lot of CS on the sniper. I'm just worried about their lack of initiation. Sure, the Underlord's Fiend Gate is going to be there, but who exactly is going to be jumping in? Is it the Earth Spirit with that roll-in, or Chempic with that maybe early Blink Dagger that we don't really see on carry Wind Rangers? Meanwhile, ILbirs have so many ways to initiate. With Niche on the Ember Spirit, Rubicon will have a Blink Dagger after his Scepter, even Meow on the Tidehunter can go for a Blink, and a Hoodwink can start things off too. You don't know if the Hoodwink's going to be in the tree, so I would very much prefer ILbirs draft simply because they can get on top of the Sniper really easily.
Yeah. But the one thing, like, even though you said it's gonna be difficult for Levelup to find the right initiation with this draft, I do think that they might pick off this very nice 15-20 minute window where ILbirs will be forced to farm. Because you cannot necessarily be proactive with the Beastmaster at the very start. Chen is gonna take a little bit of time. Ember also has a very awkward mid-game period until he decides either to go in, right-click aggressive or just going with some utility items. After he gets the Spirit Vessel, which tends to be a go-to item for the majority of the spirits. So that's the thing that I'm conflicted about a little bit. For Tidehunter, also, the itemization is going to be interesting. Do you want to go in as a super defensive offlaner here? Do you want to jump in aggressively and rush in for the Blink Dagger? So, I don't know. That's the one thing that is feeling a little bit off-putting for ILbirs. But if they do manage to balance out the game until 35 minutes, I do believe they can just swing and strike down Levelup in a very easy fashion.
Yeah, I think that mid-game timing is going to be pretty scary for Levelup. At the same time, we have one of the best, ironically, base defenders in the game, right? With the sniper. So there is going to be that aspect, and of course the Wind Ranger is, at the end of the day, if you can land a good shackle shot, you can take out this Beastmaster or this Ember Spirit before they're able to do anything. And Beastmaster is not one of those heroes that likes to go for the MKB, so how they'll play against Shempik's Wind Run without necessarily having too much disable. I think between the entire lineup of the Dire side, you only have the Roar and the Bushwhack, and sure, the Ravage, but
yeah,
the cooldown on that is
maybe
pretty
the
high.
Syrinx chains for a little bit. But if that's like you're leaning onto the Syrinx chains if Ember has a good mid game, and versus a sniper, what do you reckon?
I think the sniper is going to be the target that you have to go in for, right? There's really no other target priority available from the other side. And interesting, Rubicon used to be in Spirit Academy. I wonder why he made the switch, or why they switched him out, because he was having a pretty good run with them, but ILbirs, they had a strong start when they debuted in EPL, but they haven't been able to continue that.
Yeah, it's usually coming down to contingency, to players sticking together, good metas, good drafts, because sometimes, the value of a certain player comes out if the hero that he wants to play is currently viable. So for some players, there's been great moments, there's been horrible moments. But good that you mentioned ILbirs as a team. This is gonna be their, one of... No, actually, this is the last one that they're having, so this is gonna be their saving grace match if they want to proceed further into the playoffs, and then there's gonna be another Winter Bear match. No, actually, it's the last one from Group B, so oof. They need to win this 2-0, so they can at least stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the teams in Group B, the third team is Levelup with 2 series wins. So if ILbirs are able to come up with the win, then they can have a chance. But it does look pretty rough for them. The same can be said for Dog Scent, although I don't see if Dog Scent, they don't have another match remaining, right? So
no, I think they're locked in for elimination, which is making me feel kind of sad. Because this is also a team similarly to ILbirs who had a good kickoff when they appeared, but the follow-up has been a little bit, I wouldn't say necessarily disastrous, but not that stable, as one might expect. And similarly could be said for Group A. We spoke about this a little bit earlier. Astini plus 5 and Lixo as eSports are the last two teams who are fighting for their chance for play. Unfortunately, Astini plus 5, they had a double forfeit, which is not gonna shine well.
Yeah, certainly not looking too good for them. I mean, even the fact that the series that they did play, they weren't looking as consistent. I mean, they lost out to Lynx in the Premier Series, which is also going down. They lost out to Liga Team. Sure, Liga Team is a pretty good team at the end of the day, but not as good as some of the players available from STN +5. So I'm not even sure if you'll see STN in the playoffs, to be frank, but... Let's talk a bit about some of these lanes here. Wind Ranger plus a Jakiro, and it is very surprising seeing a Jakiro actually pushed out of the lane. Monodrama is unable to actually trade here.
I'm not that surprised because Jakiro is generally a very squishy hero. Meow is just gonna be building up the Gush and the Kraken Shell, and then you have LQC who's downright annoying to deal with, so... Not super surprised, but as long as he's alive and well, it's gonna be better because he's definitely gonna need that XP to get the damage going through so Chempik can have a chance maybe to defend himself, because currently Tidehunter is not your target.
I think this change of the gen where you can summon whichever creep you want depending on the facet that you go for is actually very interesting. I suppose I prefer this. This makes gen more relevant in the laning phase where you can be present in the lane as opposed to be present in the jungle. But Chempik has the opportunity to land some really good shackles simply because there are so many more additional units present from LQC here. So it will be interesting to see if they can get a kill on the Chen, because getting a kill on the Tidehunter seems nigh impossible here for the side of Levelup.
Yeah, but you gotta get lucky. You gotta get that extra damage on the Jakiro because for now, for Chempik, it's not gonna be, you know, damage. For him, it's gonna be getting those early farming items. Maybe after the Falcon Blade, you can do something. But yeah, I want to agree with the notion that I love the addition of the converts from Chen. Not only that you are a little bit out of the jungle while you're handpicking what you necessarily want, but also you can early on adapt even in the drafting stage in which way you want to play. Previously it was the Satyr, which was a little bit more prevalent. Now it's the Hellbear Smasher.
Mid lane, there is a rotation here coming in from Lupsi.
Oh?
But he's just standing there.
But he's pretty much under vision, like Nietzsche sees him and is just dancing around. He will be able... No, actually, it's gonna be a deny of the observer. He was trying to do something, but both him and Malin are pretty low. Well, actually, Malin specifically is super low, so...
Oh.
Meanwhile, First Blood is finally gonna be drawn as Monodrama has fallen. Chempik is still under raining fire. He's looking low. He does not have the Wind Run available. Even though he does have a point if things go bad, but Lupsi arriving from the other side gets a lock onto LQC. Can they take the Chen? Yes, they will. Shackle for preventive measures, and they will be fine. Nice trade-off, but I was hoping to see at least one more kill.
Yeah, Champagne just holding onto that skill point, so he was going to be safe. At the same time, you did take Monodrama down, so First Blood went the way of the dire side for ILbirs. So they'll get the slightly better exchange, and at the same time, it did take Lupsi to make a very, I would say, he crawled all the way from that top side towards the mid lane, and then made his way towards that safe lane. So he did hold on to his teleport, but it does give a lot of space away to that Beastmaster. He is at the top of that CS chart.
Yeah, that's gonna be problematic, and Beastmaster does have the tendency to be very stable in terms of his laning, in terms of his itemization. He is gonna prioritize the Blink Dagger, no, actually it's gonna be Dita Scepter and then the Blink Dagger right afterwards, so if you don't prevent those two big items from arriving, you're definitely looking into more and more problems. But yeah, at the same time, Lupsi's efforts were definitely worthwhile because he was looking for a kill potential. Now he can use the gate if things go bad for the Underlord. But the Underlord, I don't know, like he's not that shining, but he's definitely gonna use up all of that solo experience to gate a little bit sooner. Oh. Lupsi's still sticking down bottom, but there's gonna be backup arriving. It's gonna be Hwoarang. One more strike, they're gonna get it.
And I think I imagine there are better supports that do exactly what the Earth Spirit does as a support, right? The Tusk Snowball is guaranteed to land rather than playing with a skill shot based rolling boulder. So it is surprising to see this Earth Spirit come out. He's also bronze, right? It's not as if we're talking about a Grandmaster Earth Spirit support here.
Maybe he's not even playing for a Dota Plus, but we'll see. Right now, Horing under fire, but it seems like Monodrama will be still sticking around the river as he will fall. Still, yet it's gonna be another support exchange. With a courier dying as well, Nietzsche's gonna take Lupsi's courier, so no magic stick for the time being.
I suppose that works out better for Malin because LQC got the kill. The assist goal is nerfed to the point where the cores that took out Monodrama, they got 74 gold between them. Meanwhile, Malin gets 200 gold there in that exchange. So something that actually keeps Levelup in contention here. And Niche, surprising that despite of the amplified damage, they didn't prioritize the sniper. LQC.
Ooh, LQC falling yet another time here.
Maybe they can apply some pressure on this tower.
Or... Yeah, but about the Amplify, I didn't even notice that it was there.
No
Or
Shrine
they
of Wisdom
failed
play.
to use it.
They used it in between of the fight, but didn't really capitalize on that amplified damage rune. I suppose without the Beastmaster, at least until he makes his entry, or the Tidehunter's Ravage up, they're playing with just about only one stun, which is not that great at the end of the day. Getting the sniper inside of this bushwhack is really difficult because he's always going to be planted very far back.
Yeah, and speaking of, he's looking at an opportunity as Meow is being actively harassed. He's getting out of the tower range and is going to be set up for an assassination. Korang scurrying around the trees. They do see the pesky squirrel. Can they get her down to 0 is the big question. Another assassination queued up. Oh, it's not actually going to go through. He's going to cancel it out. Meanwhile, around the trees, Lupsi. They're going to back out from this one. At least in terms of sieging down heroes, but it's gonna be that tier 1 tower that they are looking after. Focus fire is gonna be used up. Meow back into the lane. You gotta be super careful because with the next creep wave dying, we are gonna be having the Ravage active, so maybe this could be costly. We're still seeing 2 supports sticking around this lane on each side, so let's see what happens first. They want this Wind Ranger dead for sure. Look at these Halberd Smashers just on the way to give her a little bit of a clap. But they're just gonna be lost to the Ice Path. Still, Monodrama gets locked under the tier 1 tower. One more strike. Can I get it? Thank you.
Pretty good aggression coming out of the back of that Tidehunter, and they still have that Ravage, so maybe they'll be able to apply some pressure on this tier 1 tower too. And at the same time, over on that top side, you do have a Lupsi caught in between the Beastmaster and the Hoodwink, although he's not going to be getting caught out. So, Champic needs to be a bit careful here.
Yeah. At least he has Monodrama arriving, you know, on the sides. Meow, he actually is gonna use up the courier as bait to set up things for the Ravage. Nietzsche jumping in from the backlines. They will punish Champic finally. Monodrama locked into the trees. Can he do something? Absolutely nothing. It's a 5v1 situation. Even the Beastmaster popped across the gate for a little bit of an XP gain.
Just threw in the Wild Axes and then immediately gated back, and at the end of the day, ILbirs will be able to secure this tier 1 towers. They have a 3,000 net worth advantage right now at the 9.5 minute mark, and Levelup, they are kind of struggling. We see this Earth Spirit kind of awkwardly moving around the map to make something happen, and they are able to do so in some ways, but it doesn't really feel like they're having the kind of value from this Earth Spirit pick as opposed to the supports from the other side, which in the Hoodwink and the Chen's case, they're able to actually get some objectives done.
Yeah. I mean, the Hoodwink is downright proactive, and as you said it earlier, Bushwhack, even though it is the sole solid lockdown input that ILbirs have here, they're actively utilizing it. And I was kind of scared if their early game is gonna be like, okay, we're just gonna go AFK farming and let them have whatever they can. They're keeping it super balanced out, so this might be a very nice transition for ILbirs down into the mid game. For Levelup, I want to see some sort of response because right now, they are calling in these rotations as a team, but at the same time, both of their cores are insanely squishy. Speaking of Champic, he's gonna be locked at the bottom side around the river. Gate is gonna be popped in, Hand of God, everything. They're using all their resources to take her down to 0, and it's gonna be successful, even though the pressure is up. Now Meow, he's locked into the Pit of Malice, Ice Path right afterwards. He's still tanky, he's still alive. Nietzsche, he's locked on the other side of the pit. He wants to take Norma down, but unfortunately Meow will suffer the consequences. Malin hitting on from the high ground, Fire Remnants. Ooh, Norma, he's finally gonna burn, but Nietzsche, he's not gonna stay around to celebrate that victory. one additional kill given to level up.
Very surprising that, again, this time around, they were very close to the sniper, but they did not prioritize him at all. The Ember Spirit decided to go at it against the Underlord. Sure, the Underlord was a lot lower, but when you talk about the HP percentage available, I believe a half HP Underlord is still more difficult to take down than a full HP sniper. Malin has about 1000 HP. And the Ember, or rather everyone else, could have prioritized him instead of going for these very tanky Earth Spirit and Underlord targets.
Yeah. I don't know, like sometimes you negate the sniper maybe because he's still a little bit too early in the game, but if you allow him to just walk away with these free kills, he's gonna get to that silver edge in no time. And I like this prioritization onto sniper. You can't start being sneaky and at the same time have an escape maneuver. So, but I want to see the ball rolling. Again, level up, they're still on the response. And they're, ooh, thankfully that bushwhack will not connect. But actually they're going to catch him up with the second one. Nietzsche closing in the gap. Malin super slowed down. But eventually hides under the tier 2. So it's going to be fine.
Nice save coming out by the Earth Spirit here. At the same time, as all of this action is unfolding, we do have a Beastmaster that is just completely free farming. Rubicon has about 7,500 net worth. He is 2,000 ahead of both the Wind Ranger as well as the Sniper. Sure, in some ways, Level Up are playing 2 carries versus just the 1, but this is not working out for them so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary, like, leaving the Beastmaster be. Well, the rest of the team, they're doing a very good job just actively pushing in. Champik, in the meanwhile, he's gonna find a solo kill onto Hwoarang. Something definitely that is gonna go a long way for this, unfortunately, somewhat punished carry. Like, even though Wind Ranger, she might have a decent, you know, sustain, but she was missing out on the Wind Run for quite a long time. Mainly to maybe get a little bit of an extra from the power shot.
And
But for now, it's gonna be just AFK farm.
Relatively slow hero to flash farm. I mean, I say flash farm, but you need your Maelstrom to accelerate your farm, so it's a relatively passive hero, and there's going to be this big window where Rubicon's going to have the Aghanim Scepter that he has already, and the Blink Dagger that he now will get, versus a Wind Ranger who's going to be having a Maelstrom. So I would wager that the Beastmaster in that scenario is just going to be rolling over the lineup of Level Up in this time.
Yeah. And especially that, you know, all elusive sniper that we've been talking about earlier. Maybe Malin is not feeling like, yeah, we're gonna be going in for him. We have the Beastmaster on the ready for the sniper when he becomes active. Meanwhile, Nietzsche gets a kill onto Loopsy, so it's a good filler for this Ember Spirit. Just claiming a kill over his brother. Oh, and a haste rune. This could be an interesting pick-off. They gotta use this.
They don't have a support nearby, though. I mean, I imagine the Hoodwink being kind of close, they can rotate in, but Level Up, I mean, they're so afraid of this haste rune and of the capacity of ILbirs to target the sniper that they're constantly making sure that he has 2 bodyguards in front of him at all times. But Monodrama and Lupsy, they're inside the smoke of the safe.
Oh, they're gonna miss out on the ice path, unfortunately, but they will be popping the magnetize. Unfortunately, Hwoarang beautifully jumps out of harm's way, but there's still the shrapnel, there's the assassination. He's gonna be able to scurry away. Blood Grenade misses out, and nobody shall fall today.
He used the Smoke of Deceit to dodge out that assassinate damage. I suppose that's worth it. You don't give the gold to the sniper, but at the same time, you've used the smoke. So you do lose a lot, a bit on your ability to pressure the other team, and I'm a bit surprised that Rubicon is playing passive, but now he has the Blink Dagger flying in the courier. This is probably the spot in around that 15-minute mark where you're going to be looking to build up some serious momentum.
Yeah, and look at there's already a couple of gets on the other end who might be seeing that Blink Dagger up close and personal, as LQC is going to be the first target kicked out into the river. Ice Path is not going to connect. Nietzsche keeping up the pressure. They have Normal, they have Loopsy and Monodrama on the lookout, but they're not willing to commit any further. Maybe they want some sort of an extra damage output to commit to this. Meanwhile, Ooh, finally they're gonna find him. Roar, not used up. He's silenced up. They do see the Blink Dagger now. They're aware that this is happening. Bit of Malice attempts to drop it onto Nietzsche. They're gonna follow it up after the Ice Path, but the Spirit Vessel and Rubicon's Axis are gonna take down Monodrama.
They do have a pipe available from Norma, which does make it a bit difficult, but you have the Ravage right now. It is very difficult to stop this Death Ball that is approaching towards us, this tier 1 spot. Malin will be coming on over, and the Ember and Hoodwink are no longer here, so I suppose they'll be able to keep their tower alive. It's just a question of how, there appears to be a fight.
There were some hesitations there, but normally he did find the ideal put of Malice and the Ice Path to connect things through. Ravage popped up in the middle. The Chen is still somehow alive, but he's not gonna be thanks to that assassination. Long-range sharpshooter, Monodrama, Loopsy, both of them will fall. The power shot is gonna connect down to Meow, but it's not gonna lead to a kill.
2-for-1 exchange, I suppose, that's worth it for the side of ILbirs, although we're seeing the side with more avenues to initiate be the side that hesitates to actually go in. And the side that doesn't have that initiation, they're very confident just throwing bodies on that front line, making sure that the Wind Ranger, or rather the Sniper, can dish out that damage from the back line. So despite I imagine a draw favoring ILbirs' initiation, I actually kind of respect the strategy from Levelup to not give away any space while they can.
Yeah, I mean, space is definitely of the essence because they still need the Sniper to get super farmed up. They do need the Wind Ranger. The best thing that they did here is they hindered down the efforts from losing yet another tier 1 tower. As mid lane is also severely low, so if they lose all of them, there's gonna be not enough space for the cores to farm up, which also is gonna be a great grace. I mean, yeah, farming is always a super big resource in Dota, but then you're gonna enable the Beastmaster even further, who's now on his rise. He's on his way of getting the BKB, so he's just, flaunting one big item after the other and getting a lot of value every single time. But let's see, now Levelup, they are on the siege to go in for the first tier 1 tower with Chempik on the lookout. Fortification popped, he's gonna retreat. Definitely, they're scared of this one. Already 5k net worth of difference between the two.
Rubicon?
Rubicon, he's gonna be scouted out. Power shot, gate in front, there's Nietzsche in the back lanes. They have him fully locked down, like he doesn't have anywhere to move. And it's gonna be a beautiful kill for Levelup. Can they get something more out of it? Loopsy, he's scouting out. They have Nietzsche. He's out into the fray, but he's gonna jump away back to safety. Horang, meanwhile, finds Monodrama with the sharpshooter. So it's gonna be a 1-for-1 so far, but it's not looking worthwhile. Meow is under siege. He does not have the Ravage. It's gonna be a tier 1 under siege. Loopsy in the background, as he wanted to get 4 LQCs. Shackle gonna connect onto 1, but LQC is gonna fall. Nietzsche, he finds Loopsy hiding in the trees. Is he stuck there? But even if he's not, it's not that of a problem. They do find Meow in the backline, so it's gonna be a 3-for-1 plus a tower.
A lot of hesitation coming out from the side of ILbirs. I'm not really sure why. I imagine if the idea of getting a Blink Dagger is that you blink, right? But instead of doing any sort of initiation, Rubicon turned out to be a sitting duck there inside of a full duration Macropyre, a great shackle shot that you pointed out. And if that is going to be the way that ILbirs are going to take a fight, then it doesn't matter what kind of items Rubicon has or what kind of a lead that ILbirs have. It is the side of Levelup taking much better team fights, and they don't equalize the tower disadvantage. There's still one more tower up for ILbirs, but it doesn't mean much. The Sniper has all the space in the world, and so does the Wind Ranger.
I mean, and also their timing is right. They opened up the map, they have the advantage. They can take the Tormentor right now with quite the ease, but also it was that golden opportunity that kicked off that previous team fight. As we've been talking about this during the entire game within these first 20 minutes. They have the lockdown potential, and they obviously showed it. Like, Beastmaster, he had no way to kick things off into motion, and the fact that he was gone, I believe that, resonated the hesitation even further for ILbirs, whether they wanted to go. They didn't have the Ravage, they already had their supports under siege. You cannot do much with just the Ember, because right now he is in that awkward stadium where he needs some bigger item, but he needs to see in which side he needs to dedicate himself to. He has the Vessel, he has a Blade Mail, and he's gonna go for Shiva, so he's not gonna go super aggressive. He's gonna go down that utility-based slow heal, in a way, Ember type of a build.
And in contrast to the kind of items that this Underlord is building up, right? You have the Lotus, you have the Pipe. Norma is itemizing to create utility and value for his own team as Rorang. Is he dead here?
Maybe, maybe not. He's gonna claim the shrine, but in the meanwhile, the main action is at the Roche pit. So even if they don't take down the squirrel, it's gonna be a big objective claim for level up. Loopsy gets slowed down. Meanwhile, Gush is gonna connect, but the Bushwhack will not. Still, they have him locked down, so eventually he's gonna die. But at what cost? Now Chempik is showing up with 2 lives on the map.
And a lot of space, right? 5 minutes of essential free farming time because we're seeing Rubicon be so hesitant. They're deciding to commit to this mid lane creep wave instead of contesting Roshan. Maybe they didn't even know it was going on, but this is quite frankly dangerous. There's been a consistent 3 to 4,000 net worth disadvantage that Level Up have, but it doesn't really feel like they're disadvantaged, right? They're getting the Tormentor, they're getting the Aegis, they're getting these tier 1 towers. Are they even behind is what I'm, it's what I find scratching my head over.
I mean, they still have a little bit of a, extra value being poured in from the Beastmaster, but I'm still, not buying into it because that last encounter was pretty bad to him. The next difference will be the BKB arriving within the next team fights, which is same to be said for Chempik. So you have both carries being, well, with some extra oomph during the next team fight, and I want to see it happen. And at the same time, I want to see Level Up use up this 5-minute safety, well, now down to 3 3/4 of the Aegis to just keep up with the push, keep up with the aggression, keep ILbirs at their toes, because they will be having only one chance to fight them directly.
That has to come at the back of this Ravage. Meow is going to be able to get that Blink Dagger as LQC.
Oh. I mean, there's not much that can be done here. It's a poor old Chen venturing around the trees. No glimmers, no nothing. He popped the pipe. He was withholding on the mecha and the essence ring, as you know. Joe would have said here, support lives don't matter. we shouldn't have basic human rights.
Well,
Case in point.
unfortunately, in this case, the Chen falling down is going to result in a lot of pressure on this tier 2 tower. Rubicon is still farming away on that bot lane despite of having the BKB up. They also had the Ravage, so what are they waiting for?
Can I get an assault? Can I get a Shivas? Can I get this? They're just waiting in queue in a freaking drive-thru to get their next items, but it seems like Level Up are gonna shut down the station soon enough. I mean, I love what they've been doing within the past 2.5 minutes, and they just keep at it. There's a lot of value being swung back to Chempik, which he unfortunately lost at the early stages of the game. He's looking at a Lincoln Sphere being brought in. What do you make of it?
I suppose it's just against that roar, as, we spoke about this in the earlier stages of the draft. The only real lockdown they have is that roar, that Ravage, and that Hoodwink's Bushwhack. But by creating this Lincoln Sphere, you will now be able to negate both the Ravage and the roar, because he also has a PKB. At the same time, if you can initiate a fight and get Chempik down...
Oh. Yep, I mean, that's gonna be life number 1. They already used up the roar and the sharpshooter. They will be considering committing the Ravage for this one, since there's the BKB. Beautiful defense coming in from Loopsy, and they're gonna lose sight of Chempik. So, they'll need to be satisfied with a support kill instead of a pause 1.
And the Aegis was wearing off, so in this particular scenario, I'd agree with Joe. If I have to pick between my support and my carry, unfortunately, the support is going to be on death row at that point.
Yeah, I mean, this entire effort was a little bit awkward. Ooh, okay, a Bushwhack, but instantly saved afterwards. Was that a Yules? Yeah, there's a Yules on Horang. They could have lost Monodrama there. But yeah, the trade-off was fine, but the timing was awkward for ILbirs. If the Aegis did expire, they committed way too much for barely any value, so now they're gonna be withholding... Well, I mean, at least they just used up the Roar, not the Ravage as well.
These teamfights, they're going to get a lot harder. Norma has the Aghanim Scepter, so the Beastmaster being a melee hero, the Ember too.
Oh, speaking of the Beastmaster, he's gonna be locked in. Shackle, Meow jumping in. He will pop the Ravage, but it's not gonna be good enough, as everybody else is still hard focused onto Rubicon, and they will take down the Beastmaster. The Grunt Ace up their sleeve seems to be negated every single time before a team fight, and it's insanely concerning. From all of those high praises for ILbirs and their draft, they're failing to see it to fruition.
They're just playing simply very passive around the map. The one sign of life that we saw base was on going towards this Wind Ranger who had the Aegis near expiry, right? So it's quite literally making the worst decision possible with their kind of timing.
It's like, you know, the meme from Sailor Moon, my job here is done, but you did absolutely nothing, and then just still walks out in a very dramatic fashion. Like, that's what happened. It's, you know, it's a commendable effort. Yeah, I do agree with that, but it's not giving you any safety to keep up with the game. And interestingly enough, there's still that smidgen of net worth favoring ILbirs. So I want to see the graph, by the way. It's still in the favor of ILbirs. Like, it says 54, but it's been actively win after win after win for Levelup, so maybe Gaben Graf is like, this Beastmaster, he's gonna shine, he's gonna destroy everybody, but let's just bring him into the game.
Yeah, Malin hasn't died once, a single time. He's 4-0-7.
Yeah. Which is a problem, like, we haven't spoken much about this sniper during this game, which is also a big concern. Ice Path, they have Meow, Focus Fire, locked into the Pit of Malice, locked into everything. He's gonna pop the BM to try to reflect some of that damage, but Champik does not give a flying F. It's gonna be fine for him, but still he needs to back off because BKB has expired, and now it's gonna be ILbirs pushing in just a little bit. Only casualties so far. It's gonna be Monodrama, and it might be even the last one.
No BKB having to be committed. Sure, they did pop that, or rather, they didn't even have that Ravage in that team fight. They used the Hand of God. Neither side actually being able to come up with much considering what all was used in the fight. Surprising that they wanted to take the Tidehunter down. They used the break mechanism from that Silver Edge, but couldn't take him down. The Wind Ranger does not have a lot of damage output.
Yeah, and also he performed what Tidehunters do when they have a Ravage, so I was like, okay, prevent him from happening, you know? But he's quite tanky, so even with all the damage being built up, I love that, you know, one small item like a Blade Mail does make a difference for this guy.
Malin is packing in an Aghanim Scepter, which is... Ooh. I suppose it infuses a bit of a stun. I would actually... I would have liked to see this be a sniper game where he starts adding in some damage simply because he has this huge safety net on that front line that he can dish out 10, 20, 30 lost hits or right clicks if he wants to. So a Mjolnir or maybe even a Daedalus would not be that bad for Malin.
I mean, I do appreciate the assassination being picked up because right now, like, you have the reach to stop TPs and stuff like that, which it kind of feels like a flex. Because you know that your carry is gonna come fully online soon enough, so as a sniper right now, the world is your oyster, you can do whatever you want, but it's not for Monodrama and for the rest of the crew down bottom. Sharpshooter is gonna connect on to Norma. Nietzsche, he's in the bad spot, but they finally latched on to Malin. Ravage is gonna be popped up, the sniper is gonna fall for the first time in the game. Loopsy is gonna fall right after. Norma, locked across the trees, Axis are gonna spot him out, he's gonna be dropping a beautiful Pit of Malice, but there's not gonna be a follow-up because there's nobody else there.
That is the first big win coming out for ILbirs, and instantly we see what kind of a lead they're able to come out of at being able to take out Malin. Tier 2 tower is also going to be popped, so with this kind of a big win for them, ILbirs have firmly planted themselves with the advantage. Rubicon Assault Square is up for him, and we're seeing the kind of, you know, the catch-22 for this Wind Ranger, where he doesn't actually have any kind of damage output. Sure, he can survive and make it out, but you also need to apply pressure with these two heavy frontliners in the form of Rubicon and Meow just charging at you.
Yeah. I like how Rubicon is playing this Beastmaster in the style of an Abaddon, you know, like AFK farming until you become this impervious target that nobody can drop down to 0. And this was the first time he showed up and it was absolutely amazing. Next up is gonna be Roche, which already Levelup are gonna be trying to barge into. knowing that there's no Ravage, they do have the Hand of God if need be. They're gonna jump in with the Rolling Boulder first. Loopsy with the Magnetize. Meow, he's gonna pop. Beautiful setup there. They have Rubicon lockdown once again. Bit of Malice in the backlines. They have Horang, but it's only gonna be Loopsy that falls. Norma, they're chasing them out. Can they get something in return? Horang, it's just gonna be Elsuki and the supports dying down in the river. So a beautiful stop to this Roche Siege, even though it forced out Meow and Loopsy for a buyback. And also for a little bit of a disconnect, because apparently it was a little bit too much for ILbirs here.
Rubicon uses BKB, tried to go at it against Norma, but again, that is a very tanky target. The fight before this, where we saw ILbirs being successful, that's because of the fact that they were able to get on top of Chempik, able to get on top of Malin, and I think that's their only win condition here. You take out the Sniper and Wind Ranger and you win the game, or you don't take them out and you lose the game.
Yeah, and now they did the biggest mistake, because right now they set up Levelup to a very beautiful advantage, because what you said, like, they have the high ground siege, they can shoot from afar, they threw in Loopsy for the detection, and that's all you need. The kamikaze bomb for the big rangers to shoot things from the side, and you're not getting Roche. You got the siege, you got about 6k net worth of difference, but you just lost it right after. So pacing definitely is on the weak side for ILbirs today, or at least for this first map.
And as you pointed out, ILbirs, they really desperately need the win here. For Levelup, they still have 2 series wins, and they are nearly guaranteed for the playoffs. For ILbirs, if they win, they can make it into the playoffs, and at the same time, they're going to have a chance to make it in, right? If they lose, they won't have a chance, and they will just be eliminated from EPL.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just need that one more victory to propel themselves a little bit more, because Winter Bear, they have one victory. These guys, they need at least 2, and they need that. They need a 2-0, because I think, how was it? They're getting 3 points. So with those 3 points, they're gonna get to 6. No, they're gonna get to 5, which is already gonna be enough for a tiebreaker. But I do believe in the end, it's the team that had more wins in the group stage that pushes through. Levelup, in contrast, they're hard locked. They're going into playoffs no problem, because they have 8 points currently.
And Roshan is also going to be one of the points they have in this game. Now this Aegis is going to be different. It comes with a banner. I think with the fact that only one tier 2 tower has been collected. So they do need to get through quite a few objectives before they can push high ground, because that mid side is really harder to break compared to some of those side lanes.
Yeah. I mean, bottom side has been completely unscathed, so you have a tier 1 tower 32 minutes and just still waiting for you to claim it. So yeah, just push in objectives, keep them pressured up. But I think right now they still need to be careful and respectful towards ILbirs, because again, if they give them the chance to get on top of things, if they reveal too much, then they're gonna then ILbirs can finally deliver with what they're having in this draft. But if not, it's just gonna be a quick 1-0, and then we're gonna be talking about game 2 in no time.
And there's quite a few power spikes on the horizon for the side of Levelup. Norma is creating that Shiva's Guard, which he will have pretty soon. Loopsy has the Blink Dagger that he didn't last fight, I believe. And, I mean, Malin, he has been struggling overall as a sniper as far as net worth is concerned, but I suppose it's just him doing his job with the Silver Edge and the Aghanim Scepter that matters so far. The Wind Ranger has an entire Daedalus flying in, so Chempik, he may not have had damage before, but now with the Focus Fire, anyone is going to be a target you can take down.
Oh yeah. It's finally gonna be a little bit of something, because I thought I was actively jinxing them with what we spoke about earlier with the Aghanim Scepter onto Sniper, and, you know, it being a flex item at the end of things. It's not going to be a flex item if you start losing, but given the fact that Levelup, they did reobtain their advantage, or at least they reobtained their pushing power, you know, they can still call it a flex. And I'm very surprised that, like, it's completely different. I was expecting more of a push from a Chen Beastmaster combo. We're seeing high ground being breached first by Levelup.
Yeah, but there
And
is
we
a
saw the team
backstab
fight other way around.
coming in from Meow.
Ooh, Meow, beautiful Ravage jump onto 3. Malin is gonna be exposed and destroyed on the spot. Niche arriving right after is gonna be Loopsy following along with Monodrama. It's gonna be, well, I think even Monodrama forced out a buyback given this cooldown, or maybe even not. Still, somewhat of a defense finally arriving from ILbirs eSports, but they gotta worry about this, you know? Because next time they might not be so lucky.
And I suppose that's also kind of... Sure, you do have a lot of kills coming out for the side of ILbirs. They get themselves a 3,000 net worth advantage, but at the end of the day, your tier 3 tower did fall, and so did your ranged barracks. The melee barracks may be a bigger objective to take down, but they do lose out on some space across the map. And at the same time, they demonstrate their ability to just burst these very squishy targets at the backline. Shampik, he's gonna be held in.
Yeah. Beautiful break there of the Lincoln Sphere instantly. Nishi is gonna be there for a follow-up. Okay, I like this because this time they're not over-committing. They can't take her down for yet another time. Look at the center already setting up, but they're gonna miss out the War Stomp. Still, Gate, for defensive measures, he's gonna be arriving back to base. Or at least at the tier 3 mid tower.
Pretty heads up by Norma. I imagine the screams from Chempik saying his TP is on cooldown and he needs a way out of that fight. And Norma did provide him that saving grace. At the same time, 10,000 lead once again for the side of ILbirs. I imagine this is one of those games where they're going to be looking for backstabs constantly. Now, it's easier to do when you have a level up squad on your own high ground, but harder to do when level up are on their high ground.
Yeah. And do you know what ILbirs are bringing in during the next team fight?
Is it the refresher?
Oh yeah. It's a refresher on Beastmaster. Double Roar, double BKB, double of everything. Which I find it kind of scary because, again, if they don't get Rubicon, Rubicon is just absolutely disgusting to deal with.
Yeah, he should be able to wipe out anyone that he sets his mind towards, or maybe even outlaws the BKB, because at the end of the day, that roar is a very high duration stun, around 4 seconds. With the double roar, that's around 8 seconds, and the Wind Ranger's BKB, unfortunately now, it's only 6 seconds long. So Shampik, he's going to be locked down for a 2-second duration, which is more than enough time, I believe, for the side of ILbirs to take him out. So they need to make sure that the Underlord is on the front line, and even then, Norma, sure, he has a lot of armor with this Lotus Orb and Shiva's Guard, but I am not sure if they can actually withstand the amount of damage Rubicon comes in with.
No, I think it's gonna be a little bit too much, but now let's see what happens, since they do have the smoke. I just want to add one thing before they kick off with the fighting. I love the fact that they completely neglected the Lincoln Sphere with the presence of, with the Hoodwink. The second he pops the Bushwhack Yule's combination, it's just enough of time to, you know, set things into motion as we saw it earlier.
And
you just need to have one more core.
And I believe the Hoodwink is probably one of the best heroes to pop a Lincolns because of that scurry. You can pop the Lincolns with relative safety. Don't need to invest in too much or put yourself in danger. So this is certainly something that will help them out. There's a Shiva's Guard up for Niche as well. And, I mean, you have quite a few items, and Meow is even going for a refresher base, so once you have that double Ravage alongside that double Roar, I don't think the side of Levelup will be able to withstand that. This is a game that has turned, you know, they may not have had a good start to the game, ILbirs, they may not have had a good mid-game either, but they are going to have a better team fight.
Yeah, I mean, this was, you know, a very heavy teamfight-oriented draft to begin with, and when you have such big ultimates, when you're failing to execute, at one point, if you fill in the gaps to get to the refreshers, you're completely neglecting what the other team has to offer because they're gonna get expanded, they're gonna get exhausted, and they won't be able to survive through 2 ultimates because right now, what they need to do is survive through 1 set, and you're gonna be bringing the 2 set right across the corner. Eyes are being dropped in the middle. Norma, Meow. Ooh, both offlaners are gonna find each other. Dead in the water. They have Norma slowed down, so now he's forced to fight. Pit of Malice being popped. Rubicon jumps into the middle. Look at that right-click damage coming in from the Beastmaster. He's gonna take them down. And guess what? Eyes on Chempik in the backline. Nietzsche is keeping up the harassment onto the supports. Pit of Malice. Norma forces out a buyback. He gets a lock onto 3. Now that the BKB is expired from Rubicon and with the refresher, they might have a chance to take him down. But it's gonna be Norma and Meow that die one after the other. Magnetized, popping, Rubicon. Chempik is still keeping up with the siege. He's gonna take down the Beastmaster. Keeps up the chase onto Hoodwink, but he's gonna stop for a little bit. Monodrama. Oh, Loopsy. He's gonna make the connection. They still know where the squirrel is. Can they take her down? She's dancing around the trees. Chempik, he's gonna be put to a stop. And I think he's gonna be all fine and well with the Scurry, Blink, Dagger, and Force enabled.
So they do manage to find the equalizer to that team fight, but it did come at the back of the Underlord having to buy back into it. Sure, you found the 2 cores, but did they find enough is the big question. They still lost. Oh, Morang. I mean,
Monodrama got soloed.
so
Don't underestimate the squirrel.
I mean, I think the highest magical damage ability in the game outside of that level 3 Mystic Flare, the 1350 magical damage from that Sharpshooter, he can solo these easy to take down targets. And with this death of the Jakiro, I think that team fight goes in the favor of ILbirs. Underlord died twice, Jakiro died once, and they sure lost the Beastmaster, but they didn't lose any momentum.
Nope. I mean, they got, slightly hindered down, but oh, this is interesting. Chempik, he's gonna pick a bone there with LQC, but actually it's gonna be good enough, even though Nietzsche was in the vicinity, but it's gonna be just a support for a support trade-off. One on a godlike, the other one on a wicked streak. Ooh, this is kind of scary. I mean, if they get Chempik after those multiple takedowns, it's gonna be yet another financial swing favoring ILbirs.
And a lot
By the way, he's also opting in for a refresher.
That's very interesting. Chempik going for the, I suppose, a double BKB to outlast the stuns coming in from the other side. That could be pretty good. I don't imagine there's any other item the Wind Ranger can make at this point that will change anything. He has hit critical mass, and a lot of the pressure for this game is very much just on Chempik's shoulders. The sniper isn't dishing out damage at this point. He, to be frank, has no damage-dealing item to begin with. So it all comes down to the Wind Ranger and whether or not he can get it done.
I mean, he still has his eyes on the data list, so at the very least, it's something. Horang, taken down. He is at least gonna force out the gates to be used, and the rest of the team are using this as an opportunity. Meow committing with a jump. They're gonna get a lock on to Melon, who will manage to get the BKB going through, and it's gonna prolong things, but they still have him in an awkward position. Eventually, BKB will expire. Bit of Malice put on top of things. Nietzsche will be the one who falls first. Ooh, the siege is still on. Sniper is still alive, and he's gonna assassinate Meow right after. This was a little bit awkward, and they still have eyes on Rubicon. Okay, it's still not over. He still has the roar in a couple of seconds, still has the refresher. He's under fire. The BKB is up. There's the refresher. He's gonna be forced to pop the roar and the second BKB. Beautiful evasion there from the power shot. It's gonna be a TP save back home. But
yeah,
look at the graph. Look at the graph, my dude.
Oh, it is a lot lost for ILbirs in that team fight. The fact that they got a Ravage off on Madden, who had already popped his BKB, meant that the sniper wouldn't have died in that team fight. And Rubicon was felt to watch by, see how the team fight unfolds, whether he can get a good jump in. He never did. And even at the end of it all, he still stuck around despite of the teamfight being confirmed as a defeat. And because he stuck around, Rubicon had to use his refresher for that second BKB just to be able to get out. And now they're going to be losing that Roshan, the third Roshan, which offers that cheese as well as the refresher. Chempik, he was looking for the refresher orb, but now he has a refresher, at least for the one use.
Yep. I mean, maybe they're gonna give it to him. Maybe they're gonna give it to Norma, which I don't mind. Usually it's the offlaners who do prioritize the refreshers sooner than anybody else. So yeah, just let him have it. Like, either at one point you're gonna need to use the gate safely, the other side aggressively, so you do have an emergency call if things go bad. But so far things are going great for Levelup. Every single time they strike down ILbirs, it's just it's a very friendly reminder, know your place. We've been owning this game so far, and there's no chance for you to take it away from us. But still, I want to see Level Up do something about this, because right now, I guess they're still waiting on a Level Up to commit with the push so they can work something out from that aggression. Because every single time they called in the aggressions, they've been suffering for it.
Yeah, the few team fights that we did see them having a good fight in was that top high ground siege that Level Up went for. So maybe ILbirs, they'll need Level Up to come into a location where the fight is favorable for ILbirs. But even then, it's going to be the 2 lives of the Wind Ranger you are going to have to contest against. So we'll see how that actually takes place as the Wind Ranger eats the Aghanim's Blessing too. So this is 32,000 net worth on the Wind Ranger. A big far cry from Rubicon, where he was just consistently out-farming everyone else. Now his farm doesn't look that much impressive.
And look at what he's having. Like, aside from the Aegis, the refresher is completed and the cheese is placed on top of Chempik. So if things go bad, he's got at least 5 ways to save himself. And without any further hesitation, focus fire onto the tier 3. Roar is gonna miss out. Actually, it's gonna connect, but they're gonna push Chempik out from harm's way. Macropyre drop. There's the Roche banner, still keeping the creeps on the high ground so they can keep up with the push. But Nietzsche, he wants to put a stop to things. The banner is out of the question. Can they do something more about this? Because this is gonna be their potentially last line of defense. All towers have been pushed in. One side has a free entry. And where's your pushing draft? Where's your zoo? Where's Chen? We haven't seen LQC in quite a while.
He does have a BKB, to be fair, although I'm not sure if the BKB is going to be doing much. If he gets shackle shotted and focus fired, he is just guaranteed to die. Aghanim Scepter for the Chen. I mean, the hand I've got is a pretty nice upgrade, but the heals at this point are not going to be doing you any favors. And I was a bit surprised seeing the Earth Spirit go in to push Chempik out. I think Chempik would have been fine regardless. He managed to get the BKB and the win run off when the roar came about, so he certainly has his finger on the trigger as far as that is concerned. But a lot of this is going to be the point where your supports are also going to be coming up with a lot of value. The Jakiro Monodrama has the Aghanim Scepter and is itemizing towards a Hex. He'll probably have that in the 5 to 7 minute window. And you also have the Earth Spirit 90 gold away from his Scepter, so he is going to be able to save anyone he wants.
I thought Hwoarang was gonna go for Side of Vice as well, but he did change his mind to opt in for an Eon disc instead. And nope, again. Okay, there's another seed. Chempik is trying to get the tier 3 once again. He's gonna focus fire onto Rubicon. He's dropping severely low. He's forced to retreat, but the tier 3 tower is gone. Let's see, can we take the racks? 1 more minute left remaining on the Aegis timer. How many resources you want to expend for this? Meow jumping in. He's got the Ravage, but he's locked into the Pit of Malice and the Ice Path. This was a little bit awkward. They'll need to reset if they want to commit for one big jump again.
And Rubicon will have to use his rather his refresher to be able to use the BKB. I believe the cheese was popped.
Yeah. Focus fire once again. They want to take down these racks. 50 seconds left remaining. Rubicon, he's picking a bone, but if he wants to commit for more, he will need to pop that refresher as he doesn't have the BKB anymore. He's forced back into the backlines, into the arms of Norma. Now there's the BKB being forced to be popped. He's trying to walk off and hide, and it's actually going to be successful even with that long range gate being popped up. Oopsie jumping in. There's the magnetize. Oh, it might not be that fine. He might pop. He might die. They're throwing everything that they can. It's gonna be Loopsy, the first one who falls. Eventually, the Beastmaster finds his saving grace back into the fountain, but the rest of the crew are somewhat dying. Meow. Ooh, he's gonna survive this, actually. Surprisingly enough. And Chempik. Oh, that's a big one. They finally find the Wind Ranger, probably scurrying somewhere in the backlines. Malin? Nope, you're not gonna get a TP back home, sir. You are gonna fall here alongside with the remainder of the crew. Or from whoever they got. But they got Chempik, which is a huge kill.
It was a huge kill. It was a successful high ground. I don't even know if I can call it a successful high ground defense, because base, they did lose their barracks here. So was it a win, or did you just stall the game? I'm not sure if that helps at ILbirs, because they need to make something happen. Now, they do have that 60-second window where the sniper and the Wind Ranger are going to be down. You want to look towards forcing some of these buybacks at the very least, or this is just going to mean that Level Up have the advantage.
I think this is where, you know, I have this theory, like, at one point when things begin getting so extreme, we have this pendulum swings, you know? Like, Level Up, they just pushed in a little bit too far onto ILbirs. ILbirs will try to do that at the very same level. Let's see which side is gonna pop, because if those BKBs go through, it's gonna be, again, Level Up who are pushing a little bit more. If they stay calm, if they stay defensive, they will be able to turn this game back into their favor. But let's see. They won't be expanding the BKBs, the buybacks for now. So they're still on stable turf.
Oh yeah, with those heroes respawning, Rubicon, unfortunately, he can't stick around inside of the Macropyre, which is honestly perhaps the easiest way to defend coming in by Monodrama near the entry points of these high ground steps. It's very difficult to walk up there. Your BKBs, they're now on a 6-second timer. The Macropyre lasts for a little while longer, 15 seconds, so 9 seconds more than the 6-second BKBs of your team. So how do you walk up? It just seems like an impenetrable high ground to break.
I mean, what's easier, getting into Fort Knox or getting into Level Up's base? I think it might be the latter, as Level Up, they are gonna try to bring the aggression first. Nietzsche gets a lock, they're gonna find Loops in the background, but he manages to latch off. Okay, one core, safe and sound. Chempik now forced on the run. Is he gonna be able to run and hide and be fine? Maybe, maybe not. Nietzsche, he's gonna find him with the searching. Beautiful Ravage connecting onto 4, and another one to follow things up. Chempik is forced to get the buyback. Norma looking low, he's gonna fall. 2 supports out of the question. Another buyback being forced out. Now Malin, he's under siege. He's dead in the water, but he's gonna be able to jump away with the grenade up to high ground. But they still have his eyes on him. Nietzsche, who was the first one to be brought into this aggression, is keeping up with the siege and keeping up with the fighting. It's just Chempik, Norma, and the remainder of the crew who forced out the buybacks on the defense lines. They might get LQC for their aggression, but they still have the problem that Nietzsche and Meow and everybody else are nearby, but they're choosing not to fight this. They have overextended their resources, but nope, actually nope. Rubicon is jumping right back in. Chempik is out, Norma is out, Malin is out, and there's the GG. ILbirs will finally win this game after 51 minutes.
Oh man, it turns out they didn't need to break that high ground. The GG call came out before the first tier 3 topper even fell for the Radiant side. They bought back on all of their lineup, but that entry point, that Ravage that caught the Wind Ranger off guard, man, oh man, that was a beautiful execution from ILbirs. An execution that they really, 50 minutes in, had not gotten up until that point, but they managed to edge out the win and continue to stick around. You pointed it out. They need a clean sweep over Level Up to make it into the playoffs, and only 1 game remaining in order to achieve that objective. ILbirs eSports, pretty well done by them.
Yeah, I mean, I was very hesitant of their performance. I mean, we did speak about them being insanely passive, about them, you know, allowing Level Up to walk away with murder like on numerous occasions. And Rubicon, we didn't buy into the Beastmaster. Like, yeah, he was top of net worth, 80% of the game. He got these huge, beautiful items, but he never had the right opportunity. But then, when ILbirs did find the right opportunity, on multiple occasions, they were able to, like, every single time Level Up needed to force a team fight, they needed to win 3 team fights to compensate for the damage that ILbirs had done. Even though they've been slow cooking and things have been lasting for a... This was a way overdue game, but the more it went to that direction, the more ILbirs had things in check. And the last Ravage combination that they dropped was on an already expanded Level Up setup. They didn't have the BKBs, they didn't have any defense mechanisms. They already forced out the buyback from Norma. So the same situation that won them the last team fight, where Norma's buyback did salvage the situation, this time it did not.
Let's see if this kind of an opportunity will present itself again, as ILbirs eSport want the next game win. Level Up, though, they are going to need to level up if they want to take this series to a game number 3. We will be back with EPL Season 35 right after a short break. in between of the 1 month duration. So we'll see what happens in that regard. But ILbirs right now, they have a very unconventional draft. I mean, I imagine this is going to be a Tiny on that mid side, and they're playing for the Vacuum Avalanche Toss combination alongside that Macroplier. But Levelup's draft seems to inspire a lot more confidence with their puck, and Shadow Fiend, I mean, they have the AoEs as well at the end of the day.
What do you make of this Undying? Like, it's not a hero that we see very often, but it's a hero that still has the signature of just being very annoying within the laning stage, and with the Tombstone, it's a little bit of a challenge for you to have it, but already ILbirs have a response to it, because with the Wind Ranger's Focus Fire and the Jakiro, you do have a solid chance of taking it down.
You do have, I mean, yeah, the Twin-Headed Terror and the Wind Ranger, you can take out this Tombstone relatively easily, but you always have to be careful of the positioning, right? You invest too much into taking that Tombstone down, and suddenly you can have the Marcy come in with the rebound, the Puck's Dream Call, the Shadow Fiend's Requiem, even the Centaur Stampede. So it's going to be interesting to see how ILbirs actually contests that objective, because they can get punished really hard if they're not careful.
Yeah. I do like the Void being picked up as a last pick, which is gonna unfortunately throw the Tiny out of the mid lane position, so Horang is gonna be taking him into a support position, and Rubicon will be claiming the Wind Ranger, which is interesting to have against Undying, but again, I do agree with Levelup having a very, trap-like of a draft. You want to focus something, we can literally pick you up and destroy you on the spot, and ILbirs, they have a couple of evasive measures to counteract it, but if they, for example, take out the Void, or they take out the Tiny, or they take out the Darkseer, it's remainder of the crew can do here. The quick rinse from both sides. I do want to see a lot of fighting.
And I mean, this is a lineup where both teams are going to be looking to fight. I do think it's a very hard Darkseer game. You're not really playing a Darkseer into something that a Darkseer counters. At the end of the day, you have a Shadow Fiend against you. And it's one of those scenarios where you can literally set up for Shempik if you're not careful. If once he has that BKB, he can actually allow himself to be vacuumed in, pop the BKB, and drop that Requiem down. Because you'll also have Norma eventually come up with the Workhorse, so you will have the saving grace for the Shadow Fiend at the end of the day. I do very much think that Levelup have the stronger draft, but I suppose ILbirs also have the more playstyle dependent draft, where it depends on what kind of plays the Void Spirit makes, what kind of plays the Darkseer makes in order to be successful. I will add though that Shempik had a pretty good game as the Wind Ranger despite of his early game struggles, so if he can replicate that performance, maybe we will have a 2-0.
Had a little bit of a hiccup because my headphones were telling me I'm out of battery, so I didn't hear about who's gonna be having the bad early mid pickoff.
Well, I was saying, suggesting that I think it just depends on what kind of plays you're able to make with the Void Spirit and with the Darkseer, because they're at the end of the day very I would say playmaking dependent heroes. If you make the successful Vacuum, make the successful Astral Steps and Nether Remnants, you're gonna have good team fights. But if you can't do that, then the other side is just going to roll you over.
Yeah, but I like the fact that they have, the Jakiro and the Tiny, so everybody has a pre-built-in either lockdown mechanism or a safety mechanism, so you can possibly walk away with a small mistake if especially Levelup fail to utilize it, because they as well, like, let's just see what happens with LQC right now. Loopsy jumping in, they're gonna be able to save him just ever so slightly. Actually, it's gonna be a successful save. This completely exploits Levelup's positioning before the horn.
Great
yeah,
play
both
from
sides-
Rubicon though. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, they have these fast repeat scenarios, which I really want to see them into fruition, because, like, there's so many things that can happen here, and it's insanely momentum-based.
Yeah, I think the momentum-based thing is a lot better of a way than I described it. You need to get off to a good start, and you need to be able to shut this Shadow Fiend down. I imagine the same can be said for the other side, because you are playing with the Undying, but LQC once again in danger.
Yeah, he was like putting his eyes on to Norma and what's happening, but both of the supports are gonna get a lock at him, and he is burning. He's trying to do something about it. So far, the Tango is mitigating the lack of HP from the decay, and this is gonna be the second time he barely makes it out of this one alive.
He's actually walking back to his tower. Will be successful, but as you see, he only has one Tango here, base. He's a very sad Jakiro.
I mean, he used up everything. Like, imagine having a near-death scenario 2 times in a row and making out of it. Like, there's gonna be consequences. Only consequences that he's seeing so far is the success of Loopsy being able to pull back the wave. But he's a much-needed asset for Rubicon and for his survivability, because we saw Chempik earlier having an awkward kickoff with the Wind Ranger. These two side by side, they can potentially wreak havoc with one good setup and, you know, punish Marcy on the spot. But again, if you miss out on the opportunity, she's gonna take you back. You can't land into a hoof stomp and you're gonna be destroyed, because both of these heroes are ultimately insanely squishy.
They are, and this is one of the things where Jakiro being a lane dominator may not be as fruitful, because, like you pointed out, all it really takes is one good rebound from Lupsi with the pick-me-up facet, and Norma will be able to get that setup off with the hoof stomp, and Rubicon might just end up going down there. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
we'll see how that scenario actually shapes up, as right now, it is the Shadow Fiend Chempik on a really good start.
Look what's happening in the mid lane. Monodrama was trying to do a little bit of a wave pull, but it kind of overextended all the way to the Roche pit. Because the one thing that you always have as a problem versus the Darkseer is he's always going to be popping that Ion Shell and trying to, you know, steal as many creeps as he can, which is the same context that Chempik has. So it's a lot of back and forth for the farming contest, which Meow is barely going to make it out of that one alive.
I suppose the Darkseer can always go back to the jungle, but this is not a good lane into the Undying. Every single time that Decay is spammed out, Yum Meow, he is going to learn the definition of the word struggle, especially because you have a Tiny. And the Tiny can't do anything if your offlaner is limited in what he can do, so Horang is probably going to be in danger himself.
Oh, that's a very brave contest there for the Lotus, but we have backup. LQC coming in from the other side. The dual breath is going to connect onto both Chempik and Monodrama. They might lose Meow with his Iron Shell keeping up with the pressure, and it's going to be as such, even though Chempik will fall right after. Toss forward. Can this make this 2-for-1? Tombstone drop down. They might even take Horang here. Actually, that's going to be the case with one last decay pop. Monodrama takes both. LQC struggling against the Tombstone. He is looking to take it down and maybe punish Monodrama in the process. But no, he's just gonna stay there to keep the lane in check.
Nicely done by Imagine as far as the response goes from Levelup. Sure, they did lose Chempik, but Monodrama got the 2 kills there, and he never went down. Sure, the Tombstone was also taken out, so I suppose it's not that bad for ILbirs, but they were the ones to bring in their support, and they did not get the intended result.
Yeah, I mean, at least if they could have gotten that +1 before the decay went off, it would have been worthwhile, but
Mid lane?
it's gonna make Meow's position suffer. Mid, what we're looking at Nishi dropping severely low. Malin still keeping up with it. It's just a beautiful curveball for the kill.
That is a big win for the side of Levelup. I mean, getting the Void Spirit down, Malin, if he gets off to a strong start, the Void Spirit can't Astral Step out of the Dream Coil. He is going to be rooted in, and these heroes are very dependent on their disengagement mechanisms, especially that Darkseer with that Surge. And if you can disable the Surge, if you can disable the Astral Step, then you do have plenty of follow-up damage coming in. The Hoof Stomp, Requiem, Rebound, we talked about a lot of that. So I think the momentum needs to be built up, but Malin is doing a great job at negating that.
Yeah, and he's definitely going to be a crucial addition to the upcoming teamfights, because not only that you're going to be negating what mobility options ILbirs have to offer, you're going to be ultimately punishing the Curie as well, because she cannot wind run. You're not going to be able to find a decent follow-up. Like, if you're caught into the Dream Coil, you're forced to fight whether you like it or not. But let's see, top side, we're having a dual support combo once again, double avalanche to connect, but unfortunately they're a little bit too deep under the tower to commit even further. Even though they're Levelup, they're aware. It's a 3v2 situation.
Loopsy
Best
is
to
here,
do,
though.
they can avoid it. Oh, Loopsy wants to jump in. There's a tombstone once again. LQC locked into the creeps, and he's gone. Malin, meanwhile, takes down Nietzsche's courier. So it's the very least something that's happening all across the map. The good thing is Rubicon is solo farming. So until that has been addressed, there's still a saving grace for ILbirs here.
Yeah, it is a bit interesting. Rubicon, despite of playing the Wind Ranger, I don't think he can, or rather, despite of him free farming, I don't think he can do much to Norma because of this retaliate on this Centaur. It's not worth it for the Wind Ranger to trade, so Norma will be having a pretty good offlane, and the offlane Darkseer, Meow, only has 22 CS. So he's not getting much. Meanwhile, Chempik is also free farming. So you have a position where both carries are free farming, but one offlaner is struggling while the other offlaner is doing really well.
Yeah, and it's still that little, thing that is important nowadays. The offlaners are still your crucial go-to hero. And we've seen Darkseers failing pretty abysmally if their laning stage is horrendous. Minute 7, Monodrama will try to steal this shrine alongside with Chempik and Loopsy. And already look at this setup that Levelup are opting in for. Monodrama will be eventually exposed as he's dropped the tombstone, but it's going to be the first target to be caught up, and it's going to be Hwoarang. Monodrama still standing on the shrine, and he's going to secure it, but at what cost, as both Chempik and Loopsy will fall down this 3v4 contest. Malin a little bit too late, even though that coil was beautiful. They will be taking down LQC and Hwoarang, but Malin might be dying here as he's going to be pulled back. Nietzsche claims both. And during all of this time, the tombstone was alive and full exploration tombstone, and no cores have died.
Levelup did get both Shrines of Wisdom though, so I imagine for them it's not that bad considering Madden was able to come in, but good damage control coming out by the side of ILbirs. They essentially got 4 heroes down, so a lot of net worth goes their way. The Darkseer manages to actually find a full recovery because he got 600 gold at the back of that play. So they're fully back into the game, and the Darkseer now is going to be able to get to that Vanguard that he's building up and will be able to sustain himself in the lane against the SF. But base, look at this. The Wind Ranger wants to get the focus fire and take this SF down again.
Let's see if that happens. I mean, they had the good chance earlier just because Levelup were overstepping. And this might be the similar motive as last time. Which side oversteps is the one that is more likely to be punished. So Rubicon withdraws from that siege and returns back to his lane just to keep up with the farming because he, as we spoke about Wind Rangers earlier, he needs the Maelstrom. He needs something to pick up with the farming because his farming speed is not ideal to begin with.
Oh, definitely, it's leaves something to be desired as far as the Wind Ranger goes. Will be interesting to see if OG, the ones who are playing in ESL Birmingham, the innovators as far as the Wind Ranger carry meta goes, how far they'll get with it and if they'll actually play it in the first place. But Norma now has the Stampede, so that will actually allow this Undying to charge in with the Decay. He can be that big raid boss in front of ILbirs if they decide to want to go for it in that maneuver. But Norma, he also has that Vanguard.
A little bit of harassment from LQC. I mean, I like the Vanguard being picked up before the BM because the BM, sometimes we have this discussion with the other casters, it feels redundant given the Retaliate being present, but it negates so much of the early incoming damage, which there's not much to go with already with ILbirs, but let's see. They have a lock up top side. Requiem popped onto 2 beautiful Dream Coil targets. Is going to be Meow and Hwoarang dying side by side.
And this is one of the synergistic aspects of the Dream Coil plus the Requiem. You drop the Dream Coil, you drop the Requiem, and the other opponents, because they're feared, they have to run out of the Dream Coil and take the additional damage when it does get popped. So this offlane from ILbirs might be their Achilles heel, because they're not able to really get anything done there.
Yeah. And if they're only relying on that rinse and repeat combination, it might be difficult to keep up what's in between the gaps, but so far it's looking good with the Amplify rune damage taken down. Loopsy is courting targets forward, but it seems like it's just gonna be a free farm kill for Meow and LQC. In the meanwhile, Malin takes down LQC with the recently obtained amplified damage rune. Can he take Hwoarang here? Nietzsche wants to put a stop to this, but do you want to contest this guy right now, better back it off. Even though he still has the wall behind him. So he's got to be careful not to overstep. Avalanche. Oh boy. They're gonna have the setup. They're gonna have everything, but it seems like... No. Wait. Is it gonna get it with the soul release? Ticking? No. 2 more ticks might have gotten him.
They could have actually gotten the kill, but they played it a bit too awkward. They used the Ether Remnant and the toss at the exact same time, rather than chaining up those abilities. I believe that was an opportunity to get this puck down, and they whiffed it, and that will give away space to the Shadow Fiend, who's made his way towards this bot lane, and should be able to take this tier 1 tower down. There is no wall of replica, so there's no way to defend this.
Let's see, I mean, they popped the fortification, which could incentivize that ILbirs are willing to fight. Loopsy throws himself forward, instant focus fire to his death. They even popped the tombstone for this one. So they've wasted their big resources, but Norma finds a beautiful dual hoof stomp. He's locked into the trees, but takes down LQC before he falls. Shackled up, Malin, beautiful dream call, gets a lock onto Rubicon. He's sticking, he's trying to pull back the camp because he's gonna die. It's gonna be successful, actually.
Rubicon's death might have not given them any experience, but again, like you pointed out, I think that is the theme as far as this early game goes. Whoever oversteps is going to be taken down. We saw Loopsy wanting to go for a rebound in, he got punished. LQC was on the front line, he got punished as well. At the end of the day though, Levelup did find the tier 1 tower, so that opens up the map, the entry points towards that Radiant jungle, and Rubicon is once again going to maybe not as hard as he did in that first game, but still struggle. He has yet to make his Maelstrom.
Yeah. I mean, earlier Rubicon, like the last game with the Beastmaster, he was completely AFK. Chempik, on the other hand, he was always brought in with the trouble, and speaking of, they're trying to bring in the trouble onto him once again, but Meow will suffer the consequences. Even though they will get a return kill onto support, but Hwoarang is still in an awkward spot. Nishi reinitiates jump on top of Chempik. Oh boy, this was playing with my emotions just a little tad, but they will find 3-4-2. Even though Malin, he's still there, pops the Dream Coil, he's still willing to fight. He still has the safety of his big ultimate. They're not gonna connect with the Astral Step, but he's gonna claim LQC before, well, he goes back home safely.
A very back and forth team fight. Madden asking the real questions here as he appears to be the big winner of that team fight. You did find Chempik down, but he's still at the top of the net worth chart. So this isn't really a game where Chempik is going to struggle, and he's actually going for that magic damage build. I really like this, that Yasha and Kaya Blink Dagger into the Puck's Dream Call as well as a Hoof Stomp. That is going to be the big point where Levelup are going to hit critical mass.
Yeah, but ILbirs are currently picking up the pressure and picking up the paces. They obtained their first bigger set of items, and they're working up on their second ones. Aghanim Scepter queued up on Nietzsche, and finally we're seeing some action from this Void Spirit, who was killed very early on, but since then he's obtained 4 clean kills and 6 assists. So I want to see this hero keep the ball rolling, because that's going to be your saving grace until the Wind Ranger gets online, and the fact that he's always on top of Chempik is still a good sign, even with Chempik being at the top of the net worth. It's, again, like a sniper situation. You find him, you isolate him, he's dead. The lockdown is there, you have everything that you need within your ensemble of spells. You just got to find the right angle to deliver.
And against the Shadow Fiend, you have to kind of keep the pressure up, and Niche, he wants to step in but won't be able to get anything. You want to constantly keep the Shadow Fiend on his toes, make sure that he doesn't really feel the comfort of sticking around in one spot to constantly farm up. But I do think even with their available lockdown, with how good of a game Madden is, or rather, actually, Madden's not having that good of a game. Despite being 5-1-3, he doesn't actually have enough CS. He's the lowest farm core in the game.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that dramatic, you know. We've seen differences being more and more intense, but it's just the fact that he's been able to deliver these playmakes. He broke out of his lane a little bit sooner than the Void Spirit, given that he got the kill around the Dream Coil timing. So let's see if they can use that up even further. Tombstone dropped into the mid lane with the Flesh Golem, and all of these things just thrown onto LQC before we get a pause. And another pause. Come on, guys! Yeah, Chempik got the pug F9. Just quick on pause. I want to get the kill. Okay, we're back in business. LQC, well, that anticlimactic kickoff did definitely spun things a little bit out of control. He's gonna be able to pop the Macro Fire. There's the wall. Meow coming in from the side. Even Roche decides to join in temporarily here, but he's not gonna favor any side. Monodrum will be the first one to fall. Beautiful Dream Coil onto 4. Requiem on the side. LQC will finally fall. They have Rubicon on a log. Vacuum pulling targets back. Now Rubicon is on a run. Can he find a safe distance to keep up with the shooting? Yes, indeed. Loopsy Horang will fall. Malin will die by the hands of Meow. Somehow this Darkseer is still alive and leading with the charge, even though the cores on Levelup are still up. They find Norma around the trees. He's trying to deliver a hoof stomp. He will find one defensively. Can Chempik get a couple of return hits to push ILbirs back? As they're still dedicated, they want somebody dying here. They want one extra. They find Monodrama in the trees, shackle him up, and they will destroy him. Is there no one else?
I don't think so. But that was
Nope.
a great response by the Wind Ranger and the Darkseer. I mean, I really thought that Rubicon and Meow were going to die, but those vacuums coming in from Meow certainly kept them in the running. The Centaur was unable to get the hoof stomp off, and I believe Levelup expended their entire host of spells too early in the team fight. The Requiem came out, the Tombstone planted on that cliff, and the Puck's Dream Call were so early that ILbirs were able to keep the fight going with their I do think they have a lot more spammable spells with the White Spirit constantly going in and out, with even Horang with the Avalanche Toss, Ion Shell, Surges, Dual Breaths, Liquid Fires. A lot in their arsenal was used, but I do believe they got the better end result.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things didn't kick off in the favor of Levelup. Like, they were the ones who called upon the aggression first. It's like, hey, look at LQC, it's a free Jakiro kill down the river, let's get another support to take him down. And it ultimately failed because there was that obvious overconfidence there. Monodrama, can he be punished here once again in the mid lane? Yep, he's gonna be dead. But and yeah, the rest of them were very close. And don't forget that Meow gets extra movement speed every single time he's around Hero. So he got that extra safety. He got that extra oomph just to stay into the team fight. Everybody was there, and he got the vacuum set off. And also Rubicon was in an awkward position, but it turned out to be fine.
Oh, Shadow Fiend base. Chempik's in
Smoke up.
real big trouble.
Oh, well, he's just gonna be chilling into the fountain as it seems. Oh, beautiful last second rebound, but they're gonna get him with the Spirit Vessel. Chempik has fallen. Rest of the crew are forced to respond here. Again, tombstones, flesh golems, everything will be used up. LQC will be dying around the zombies, but they got the tombstone down. Beautiful Dream Coil setting things up into motion, but instant vacuum to counteract it. Nicely played out. Now it's gonna be ILbirs, well, Levelup on the run. As ILbirs are keeping up the siege. Monodrama, the big chunk of flesh, will be forced to retreat, so it's gonna be a 1-for-1. But again, it's Chempik from LQC. You're punishing down the enemy carry with every single strike.
And the fact that you brought in 4 of your heroes to try and help the Shadow Fiend out. It wasn't successful. That has left Rubicon free farming on the Wind Ranger, and the fight still appears not to be done. But okay, no, Horang just went for small little play. It's actually the Puck. Madden silence down on that mid side.
What about mid lane? Yeah, they have Malin, eyes on him. Can they get another jump off? Well, another 10 seconds left remaining for the Archer set, but Horang from the other side again. Loopsy with the save. Marcy's doing God's job there, but it's kind of a bad sign from Levelup. We were hoping to see these spells used up proactively and aggressively, but we've seen them used up mostly defensively.
Whereas the side of ILbirs, they're throwing everything they have in these team fights, right? Hoping to just take someone out, then really going in no holds barred, which is a big contrast to their previous game where they were playing so passive, and it was actually the side of Levelup doing what ILbirs are doing right now. So it is a fresh pace at which ILbirs are taking this, and their Darkseer is very farmed up. Has the pipe almost at the ready. Base, I think when this pipe comes out, a lot of the damage output that Levelup have been relying on isn't going to be as effective. That should open up new avenues to take a fight.
Yeah, and also the fact that you spoke that we have the Shadow Fiend opting in for the magic-based build. When you have a pipe on the other side, it's not looking as spectacular. And speaking of Meow, he popped from the bottom of the course, and now he's breathing up to Chempik's neck in terms of net worth. Look at that. He's the only person at the 10k mark.
Ooh.
Oh, Puck. Puck is gone. Puck is
gone.
Norma might be there to join him as Nietzsche is keeping up with the aggression, but this is a big target for the take and maybe opting for something a little bit squishier, and it's gonna be a toss after a rebound, after an avalanche, after an everything. Horang and Monodrama will fall alongside with LQC. They still have their eyes onto Loopsy, vacuum him back into the wall. The Marcy last jump before she dies is to make sure Norma gets back to safety. And it's gonna be a good call there. But again, it's a 3-4-2, and they can keep up the siege down this tier 2.
Really well done by the side of ILbirs. And, you know, like you pointed out, it was Meow to end up with the 5 digits in net worth alongside the Shadow Fiend, but now it's also the Wind Ranger and the Void Spirit at the back of that one skirmish who are also at near equivalent net worth to Chempik. So this is quite problematic. The Puck is not scaling up as hard, even though he does have that Blink Dagger. This early Scepter from Niche is working out wonders for them.
Oh, this might be a problem. Okay, Malin revealed himself a little bit too vicariously there, and he's gonna be spotted out, but Meow was the real target in the backlines, which is a good pick-off, finally, for ILbirs, for Levelup. Let's see if they can get more. Stampede used up. They want Nietzsche, who found a very nice jump back behind the tier 1 tower, and the rest of the crew are waiting. Dream Coil popped onto 2, but the follow-up seems to be lacking. They're charging up for the Requiem, but it seems like they're losing slowly on momentum. Loopsy will die in the trade-up for LQC. Horang will fall right after, but supports are not needed. Let's keep up the fight with the course, even though the setup is very nice from Levelup, but they cannot move anywhere else with Monodrama. They're still dancing around with Norma, who's gonna get the edge off for the Rubicon death, and Nietzsche is the last person standing. Oh boy. Oh, look at these streaks just thrown away like that. Meow, Rubicon, Nietzsche. Oh boy.
A full team wipe at the 21-minute mark that is going to propel the rest of Levelup who were struggling.
Oh.
The Shrine of Wisdom is going to be collected as well. Everything really not working out for the side of ILbirs. They could have played that team fight better, but they decided to brute force their way for a team fight. The Darcier was dead at the beginning of that fight, and he's really the glue that packs their team fight in with that vacuum. He needs to be the one to initiate first, and he's also the one to have that pipe of insight. So they need those auras, they need the heals from that Guardian Greaves, and they should stop forcing the issue super hard.
Yeah. And in contrast to Norma, like, it's a lot easier of a takedown because Norma is gonna give you a struggle should he be the one who's falling, given that he has a similar set of items available. But yeah, the Guardian Greaves definitely, they're needed for the team. This guy is way too big of a role. But let's see, that doesn't put a stop to what ILbirs are doing. They're gonna find Chempik, who was at the brink of TPing out, and he is gonna be claimed. Loopsy trying to get a retaliation there, as they will pop in this, the tombstone as well. They find LQC, there's Malin. Now they have Meow locked into the Dream Coil again, but he's fast, he's on the run, but not fast enough for Norma to latch on. Can he get away from there? He's popping the walls, he's popping everything he has. There's another surge, but Loopsy says, no, I'm gonna get on top of you, and you're gonna be dead and gone.
So 2 for 1, I'm not really sure if that is going to be worth it. Sure, Chempik does fall down, but you get a lot of value in return. It does seem like ILbirs are kind of becoming desperate now to take team fights here. And Rubicon, he doesn't have the kind of farm that he needs. This is a Wind Ranger, so you want to get to your BKB. Now, luckily, Rubicon doesn't have to go for a Lincoln Sphere, so he'll be going for a Daedalus much earlier. And if you can get to it, you'll have a bigger avenue to fight, because right now, all of the damage that exists for Levelup is purely magical.
Yeah. So again, tempo-based, get the BKBs on time before the Dream Coils and Requiems and everything goes through. But let's see. They will find 2 targets for the Avalanche, and they're gonna find Malin, toss him back into the Ice Path, and destroy him on the spot. Next up is gonna be Monotrauma. See how easier things are when you don't have a puck to worry about?
Oh. There's gonna be plenty of parties for the side of Levelup, because Roshan is going to be going the way of ILbirs. The puck is down, so you either force a fight without your mid laner, or give up the Aegis.
Well, I think you need to do something. Even though they're right under vision, they're anticipating this Norma jump there, and they will try to utilize a beautiful shackle right before he tries to jump onto high ground. They find Monodrama, locking into the avalanche, but nobody's dying. Here comes Chempik, vacuum back, Loopsy into the Roche pit. He almost fell by Roche, but it's gonna be the tree that takes him down. Now rest of the crew on the run. Norma jumps right back in, Chempik with the Requiem, but Rubicon, look at him, like no damage went through. Single BKB is up, Chempik Monodrama will fall. And let's continue where we left off. That was Roche being claimed, but now Roche, he's gonna take the long walk. Let's just escort him to the other pits.
You still do have the puck, but again, I think Levelup will realize that they can't fight without both the puck and the Shadow Fiend up. I think Levelup's lineup requires all of their cores online, because this Wind Ranger can fight by himself, Niche can fight by himself, even though ELbirs are playing like a full unit. Now the Wind Ranger is at the very top of the net worth chart. We've had a long period where Chempik was at the top, but Rubicon, quite frankly, he likes his farm above the rest of the everyone else in the game.
Yeah, but now he's in a good spot. Again, we're gonna be following down the theme of let's give Wind Ranger an Aghanim Scepter, an Aegis, and see what's happening for the next 5 minutes. Because every single time Chempik got it earlier in the previous game, the results were devastating. And ELbirs, we keep on emphasizing this. They need the win. But Rubicon, he's gonna be caught up there. Life number 1 is gonna be gone the second he obtained it. And a beautiful back off there from Levelup. So they're gonna hinder down the efforts from ELbirs. But let's see if they can have the follow-up, because now their big ultimates are off of cooldown. Do you want to commit for just one hero?
Still I would imagine a good pick-off taking the Aegis out of their hands, but it's also the Void Spirit in trouble.
Niche. Yeah. There's gonna be that one hero commitment, which I was looking forward to see. But fortunately, they didn't drop the Dream Coil and the Stampede, so they still have a little bit of extra if they want to keep up with the fight. You gotta pace these big ultimates, because if you turn out to be super dependent on layering them one on top of the other for just one hero, you're gonna run out of the gas. Okay, there's the Dream Coil dropped onto LQC. They're gonna use this as a chance. There's this Tombstone. They're dropping everything for this Jakiro as he will fall. The only thing they got in return is where Rubicon is, but he hasn't popped the BKB, he hasn't popped anything else. Still, he's in an awkward position as Chempik. He wants to jump in, they're gonna silence him up. There's the BKB with the shackle for the defense. Rubicon, he's gotta get the hell out of there.
He will be able to, but Levelup, they came in with a lot of tempo, and I feel like the Aegis loss is gonna hurt ELbirs more than anything else. That was the big item that you needed to start pressurizing some of these tier 2 towers. Even that tier 1 tower, ironically, it stood for so long in that last game, it's still standing in this game as well. But the Void Spirit? Niche?
Oh? He's just playing support, you know, just dewarding and stuff. It's fine. It's absolutely fine, but what is not fine is Horang. But he's also fine. I thought he's just got rebound by Marcy for a quick kill.
I mean, they're just looking for any opportunity they can, right? They know the Requiem is down, so this is the time to create something, if you want.
But they want to fight. They have the coil back up again. Let's see, maybe they can use Malin as bait.
Requiem is back up too, so they have lost their big window on the side of ELbirs. As Levelup make a move, they are drawing a mark on the map, but unfortunately no one from ELbirs is actually present there. Rubicon is farming over on that top lane. If you do get to this Daedalus, you probably will be able to fight, but you have to be careful of that, you know, just that overwhelming 1 to 2 second initiation damage that is there at the back of that Requiem. That is, you either avoid it and live to tell the tale, or you die instantly and you can't follow up the team fight or counterplay.
Yeah, this further emphasizes why the Aegis loss was so important for ELbirs. Because, you know, maybe Wind Ranger is going to be that hero who's going to be taken down, because she is the sole output of reliable damage for the remainder of the team. But unfortunately, Levelup will not have such an opportunity, so at the very least, use the positioning where you're at, keep up with the farm onto Chempik. I don't know, like this is it's starting to feel like the previous match more and more so, where both of these teams are very oriented into team fighting, but they're not 100% dedicated to the team fights unless they know they have the upper hand for it. So we're seeing a lot of back and forth whenever the chance is being granted, but instantly it's gonna turn back around when the other team is like, okay, they used up that, now we have the opportunity. We're pushing in towers, now we're popping a smoke, as we have noticed that these guys have been quiet a little bit too much, which might be a scary thought if you leave them through. Monodrama locked and destroyed down the mid lane. Courier's been spotted out. They know that Levelup are lurking somewhere here within the Radiant jungle.
Will Levelup do anything about this though? 4v5, I think they have learned their lesson that they need their entire lineup, but it is just an Undying. So you can technically fight, blow someone up with the Requiem and go back. At the same time, ILbirs, they're quite frankly and frantically looking for more. Might be able to find something because the teleports are in.
Let's see, I mean, there's been a bunch of back and forth. They were looking at Malin, but it seems like it's going to be Hwoarang who's going to be caught up into the backlines first. They saw the line from the Ice Path. Can they find LQC here as well? Without the supports, it's a lot harder for ILbirs to keep up with the fighting. Dream Coil popped only on one target. The rest are let loose. Beautiful vacuum into the wall. They have an instant locked onto Chempik. Yeah, you got Jakiro, but at what cost? The rest of the team might fall here. They're fighting things up. Rubicon will fall while he's man fighting versus Loopsy. Norma leading the charge. This is one big tanky unit that you now don't have the damage to take down. So you gotta run, and hide.
Meow should be able to make it out. At the same time, they are chasing after him.
I mean, they're determined.
Yeah, the surge is just is difficult to chase after. Now you have the big spell available, base. This is going to be problematic because now the Centaur's not going to be so tanky. Monodrama, or rather the Zakiro, LQC, has the Aghanim Scepter. He was building it up since the start of the game, but finally has that pure damage kicking in, and this Macropyre is going to be the big source of pure damage added in to the Wind Ranger's physical damage. And sure, without the Wind Ranger, you have no damage output, but with a well-placed Vacuum plus Macropyre combo, I really do fear for the side of Levelup.
I mean, we saw what a beautiful vacuum into the wall can do, even when, you know, things were looking dire. Even, like, there was a lot of things in that team fight which could have went wrong a little bit sooner. The Dream Coil could have locked on a couple of more targets. It was only LQC who was in the middle, so it was great news for Void. It was great news for Meow. Unfortunately, it was not great news for Hwoarang, who died a little bit too soon. But even in a 4v5 matchup where Levelup are willing to strike, you got a couple of return kills out of that in a very convincing fashion. Thanks to that setup, means what could happen if you do have the upper hand to deliver.
Radiant are scanning.
And yeah, with the Macropyre, I love it. But that's gonna put even a harder mark onto LQC's back, so he needs to already think about something defensive to add up to his items. Maybe an early Force Staff, maybe a Yules or something of that sort. You gotta buy yourself distance right now, because even Chempik is getting stronger and you're getting 10 times weaker.
And the Force Staff is really desperately needed. We've seen quite a few fights where Rubicon has been forced to man fight against the Marcy, against the Centaur, positions where he doesn't want to be, in positions where he really needs some way to disengage from. It has to be the supports that do it, but Levelup, they are on the chase.
Let's see, they have eyes onto target up top, and it's gonna be LQC. Swift Jakiro kill right before. Did they get the Tormentor already? Because I know, yeah, they were kind of late with the first one, but they got the second one, which is going to be on Loopsy.
Roshan's going to spawn in around 1.5 minutes, so both teams should be able to play around that timing. I think both teams really want the Aegis, so both teams will most likely be fighting around that Roche pit. But maybe they want to set something up for Roche. They've already dropped down an Observer Ward, but I do believe they have more than just that. There's a Nullifier up for Loopsy, so Windrun will be constantly dispelled, and you need your level 25 to counter out that Nullifier. But Rubicon, he is quite far away from that 25.
Yeah, I mean, given how lengthy this game could be. We might see it eventually, but not. It's not around the corner. A good addition will be added for ELbirs in the next team fight, and that's the BKB onto Meow. So finally, a little bit of an extra sustain for that also important Darkseer. Full man smoke. ELbirs, they're trying to take the fight, but already Levelup are setting themselves up for, well, a couple of good detection spots. I mean, they know if they find Norma, it's gonna take some time to take down the Centaur, and with all of the heavy focus onto him. We spoke about the Tombstone being the hard focus. Now the Centaur is gonna be your hard focus. So if you want to take him down, you're gonna be left vulnerable for the Dream Coil and Requiem combination that you still suffer from.
And there's nothing to silence down the puck with, apart from the resonant pulses of the Void Spirit. Both teams setting up vision around that Roche pit, as Roshan has now spawned. And this is going to be, I believe, the game-deciding Roshan for either side. And they know it right now.
They indeed do so. Norma is pushing across the lanes. They're trying to use that as an entry point, given the source of vision that they have. Oh, they're gonna get the outpost. They're trying to cover as much of the things that they can before jumping into the Roche pit, but in the backlines, Meow, he's gonna jump in first, finds Loopsy. Oh, it's a little bit scattered. Can they take down the Marcy first? Nietzsche in the middle of things. Macropire popped up. They have a complete lock over the Void, and that's a very big problem. LQC will fall as the Dream Coil into the backlines will prevent the remainder of ELbirs to join in. But now Nietzsche forcing out a buyback. He needs to fight. This Roche contest is important. He's gonna find Loopsy. Keeps up the charge onto Monodrama, who's gonna hide into the Tombstone temporarily. There's the jump in with the hoof stomp. Nobra is not gonna get it, but Nietzsche is out for a second time. Meow. There's the BKB being popped up, but he doesn't have that early kickoff, so now he's forced on the retreat. Levelup are gonna get the Roche.
And Void Spirit had to buy back, and in fact died after he did so. Levelup are, quite frankly, very successful in being able to lock that Void Spirit down. These Centaur hoof stomps are so disastrous, but I think even more so is Loopsy's rebounds. He's constantly able to find the correct openings, and I have to say, Meow, quite lackluster in that earlier team fight. When the smoke popped, he blinked on top of the high ground to use his wall of replica and only found the Marcy. That is not the way you want to start a fight. You want to show a bit of patience for those initiations.
But Levelup had them exactly what they wanted to. I mean, I love that little vision close to this, I was gonna say the side shop, RIP side shop, but next to the secret shop, which is, it gave you that right idea of where the offlaner was. So without the offlaner who was chasing down the Marcy, the rest of the crew were very easy to isolate. So that Dream Coil in the back allowed for the double control of the Void and for the double takedown.
Nope, Rubicon is just gonna teleport away with the BKB. Is building up to that Satanic, and actually will have that in about 900 gold.
How good is a Satanic on a Wind Ranger?
I mean, it's okay, but I feel like you're not gonna have a lot of room to be able to lifesteal. There's, quite frankly, a lot of damage output in the first few seconds, and you might just get blown up before your Satanic can do anything. So that is, in my opinion, a big problem. It also offers you a Dispel, but there's nothing to Dispel in this game. The Nullifier is still going to be affecting you. So I think for the side of ELbirs, they need to hit their 25 on Rubicon, and both the other two cores, the Void Spirit and Niche and Meow, have to coordinate better. A lot hinges on their initiation. It is very much make or break for them.
Yeah. We're gonna see how it's gonna unload, because right now, with the Aegis enabled, Levelup are willing to push in, and you spoke about a Satanic. Guess who's got a Satanic already?
Is it the Shadow? Oh, right. Shadow Fiend.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's scary, and he's aiming up for the MKB afterwards, so... Wind Ranger is gonna get nullified. She's gonna... Not gonna be able to wind run as effectively, so... This is scary. I mean, Shadow Fiend... I don't like this hero when he's successful, because every single time when he's great, it proves years of pug experience that Shadow Fiends are good. And I hate to admit that they're good.
And I think Shadow Fiend is one of the best heroes for the Satanic, simply because of the level 25 talent that Chempik will have. That Shadow Rays applying attack damage means that you will also have the effects of the Satanic kicking in. Instant lifesteal back to 100% with just 1 or 2 raises. That is going to be difficult to play against.
Yep. And what can the Satanic do for Wind Ranger? How many shackles is she gonna get return HP from? I mean, I'm trying to see positive, but you know, the output from between one and the other is a big difference. Norma caught up into the mid lane. It's a big target, but can they pop him up? They're using everything, but you know, just the Blade Mail and the Retaliate, Jakiro who is burning. Just keep walking into the Macropyre and you can kill him. Malin jumping back in. He's looking for a Dream Coil catch, but he will be forced to retreat instantaneously.
They're still hanging around on the side of Levelup. Chempik, he has the protection of that Aegis for around 1.5 minutes.
Nope. Can they find him? Workhorse, Norma jumping on. This time the Focus Fire will be used up as Malin jumps in. Dream Coil once again only on to LQC, but they're gonna delete the Jakira on the spot. Who already dropped the Macropyre earlier, but no. It's not doing anything. Especially not against Norma.
Yeah, the 4,500 HP Centaur is certainly not the right target to go in on.
I hate to say it, but I think we're looking at Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Rubicon will try to initiate on to Chempik, but this is dangerous because he's gonna be Hoof Stomp first, but this is a good setup actually that ILbirs can't keep up with. There's no Dream Coil, there's no... well, there's the Requiem if things go bad. Workhorse taking the carry back to safety. Malin keeping up the pressure. He's got about 10 seconds left remaining onto the Dream Coil. But there's the banner with the creep wave jumping in. They have the wall, but it's not gonna do anything for the creeps. So, to summarize, it's only LQC who is gonna fall down that high ground siege and the first life of Chempik.
The Aegis is also going to expire now, so now they can actually focus all of their efforts on the Shadow Fiend. He really needs to be the target because they don't have the lockdown to take this puck out. So the Shadow Fiend's the next...
But it didn't expire, by the way. They killed him.
Oh.
Yeah, which is the bad part. And he used up the BKB already for it, which is gonna leave him vulnerable, but he will find Horang and Rubicon alongside with the rest of the crew. Meanwhile, Meow is attempting for a run, but nope. Not today.
3 heroes dead, and who needs an Aegis when no one's there on the other side to actually
Who needs an
contest again?
Aegis when you have a 5.7k Centaur just ramming everything right in front of him? Nobody's... like, we barely spoke about Centaur. We spoke about the Shadow Fiend the majority of the game, but Norma, he's just a walking tank who nobody can take. They can't even throw him to the fountain. Just get him to the... got it! Fight him! Kill him! Just please! They need that extra fountain damage to take him down. And he almost survived. Next time, give him the Aegis.
Oh man, it's too much at this point. As
Nishi's
gonna be
jumping
connected
out. There's the wall, but he's just gonna be tossed back. He's actually gonna survive with the Resonant Pulse, but Monodrama jumping onto high ground with the Blink. They have now Meow on the target. Look at that right-click damage coming in from Chempik, who doesn't care. Like, he's being... you know, just walked around this game, like, do your thing. Look at this beautiful sightseeing hero. Can I kill him, daddy? Yes, you can. No problem. He's at the carnival today.
And it doesn't really feel like ILbirs have too many options remaining. I mean, they're down a lane of barracks, they're down 23,000 net worth, they're staring down the barrel of a Centaur who they can't take down unless he is tossed into their fountain. And the fountain is not a reliable way to find a comeback in this. And ILbirs, I mean, at the end of the day, they need a clean sweep here. They need a 2-0. I'm not sure of their chances of being able to make it into the playoffs otherwise.
Look at down bottom, Chempik. He's gonna find Rubicon and solo him on the spot. Oh boy.
There's no buyback for that Wind Ranger, so the creeps are already present for Levelup to be able to make their run and secure a second lane here. There's still a tier 2 tower that is standing for the Radiant side, but that's little consolation in going their way.
No, there's barely any consolation. I mean, I don't want them to, you know, do things in angry EPL style and be like, yeah, we lost this one, we have no chance of playoffs, just call it GG and forfeit it, so there's not gonna be a game 3. I just don't want it to go that way. I want to see good games, I want to have some fun here, even though this is definitely not fun for ILbirs. Malin Jumping into the backlines will pop the Dream Coil again for LQC. Ice Path connecting onto 2 targets. There's a beautiful Macropyre, but Malin neither is dead along with Norma. Tombstone used up for the safety. But what's with that double-headed dragon kill when he's gonna heal it up to 100? Loopsy jumping back in, but I think he just signed his own death warrant, even though he's gonna claim LQC before. No, actually, he's still alive. Look at that punching power onto Marcy. Loopsy just turned into a carry, ladies and gentlemen. He might fall for this one second the BKB runs out, but there's nobody else from ILbirs to punish him. LQC will force out a buyback, but Jakiro is not scary versus this Marcy. Like,
Oh, the Marcy is healing back up all 3 cores at the top of the net worth. Charshempik is actually 11,000 net worth ahead of Rubicon. And this game is pretty much sealed in the Radiant side's fate. I mean, they can't muster up a comeback unless they pull off a miracle.
well, they have Norma who overstepped just a little bit, but there's the Loopsy instantly there with the save. Champik will take down Nietzsche. Requiem will be beautifully set up, and there's the GG being called up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go for game number 3.
ILbirs, they were getting some really good team fights, but I feel like they were just desperate to constantly force fights 24/7, even when they were faced up with a disadvantage, even when they were 1 man down, and unfortunately, it was just at the cost of, one small misstep, one small mistake, and you lose the team fight. At the end of the day, the Marcy, Loopsy, as well as the Centaur from Norma, though they found the Disables, Shadow Fiend, Requiems, they were good, but they weren't the star of the show here. I think the performance by Loopsy, Norma, Madden, they were the ones to win this game, and now they're going to be taking it to a game number 3.
Yep, let's see. I mean, for now, it's gonna be just a celebratory victory for ILbirs of the series if they get it. But either way, they're not gonna be pushing forward into the playoffs, which is quite unfortunate. But yeah, there's still gonna be more seasons and stuff like that. But let's not lock away and just destroy the series just yet. Let's go on a break and come back with a show.
be one way that they're also looking at it. But again, the combination on the other side is just insane. If the puck and the Shadow Fiend are able to make it work. Now, they did do a good job on ILbirs to be able to shut down that Shadow Fiend, at least in the early to mid game. If they can do that again, maybe the Broodmother can carry this game. But it's a lot of questions in my mind for ILbirs at the end of the day. And you need a good Orchid timing for your Broodmother. And I'm not even sure if Rubicon will be even going for the Orchid in the first place.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be the problematic. Is your Orchid's timing? I mean, ideally, if you get it on time, you're gonna be able to shut down the puck. You're gonna be able to shut down the Shadow Fiend easily.
30 seconds to battle.
But he's changing his mind already. Like I just saw an entire an entire Orchid just dying and being swapped up for a Soul Ring. So maybe he's just gonna try to pace it out a little bit more. I don't know why. Like, I'm always put off from Broodmothers because you don't have... Yeah, you have a lot of evasion, you have the speed, you have the turn rate and stuff like that. You have the aggressive damage output and the insane healing, but your self-sustain is very shaky. They're gonna be able to push her out of this bounty rune take, but either way... Okay, yeah, I was waiting for one bounty rune to pop, so it's gonna be still 2-2.
And it's a very
But he can shut
difficult
this down.
lane for the Broodmother as well, right? Playing into the Retaliate of that Centaur. This is also going to be a case where the Tusk and the Dazzle are probably going to play in this lane too, just a little bit more. And you can shut down this Broodmother relatively easily.
Yeah, and Broodmother with Warlock side by side, you don't have any safety from your support. You need to, like, he's still withholding 1 point, whether he's gonna go aggressively or pop the Shadow Ward. Shadow Ward is definitely gonna be an important play here, but once it appears, they can't keep up with the siege and destroy them. Like, look at what's happening right now between Loopsy and LQC. LQC goes in for the early Shadow Ward, he's gonna be scouted out, Hoof Stomp is gonna connect, one more strike, they're gonna get the first blood. It's easier to do it than to say it in a way.
I mean, it's very straightforward, right? Tag team going to be devastating for the Warlock. He needs to have a good position, and at the same time, this is not even going to be the big power spike. Once you have the Ice Shards up, you can block LQC's pathway, and it'll be all that much easier to take this Warlock down. I really do fear for this Broodmother's lane. Now, Rubicon, once he gets a 6, he can farm the jungle as well, but you need to have a good pace, especially with a Tiny on that mid side. This is one of those heroes that falls off after the Blink Dagger because there's really not too much you can do.
Yeah, I mean, aside from growing naturally and hoping to be that, you know, tanky pile of rock jumping into the middle of things and just scaring targets out, but that's not gonna happen because even if you jump in first with the Tiny, which in this case might be the active scenario, you're instantly gonna be counteracted. There's the Coil, there's the Stampede, there's the Requiem. Fine, you have a Mars. We're gonna add up the Mars here. No problem. We're just gonna push targets out. It's not that big of a problem. It's even gonna be easier for them to maneuver around the arena. So, I don't know. And the one thing that rolling back to that bottom lane, if Warlock keeps getting toppled down every single time, he's not gonna get any stacks on the Grimoire. He's not gonna get that extra XP boost that he will massively need, even if it's for, you know, to get the golem a little bit sooner or get like 3 levels afterwards. It's gonna make you suffer. And speaking of the devil, LQC, there's the shards. As you said it, when he gets them, he's gonna put a stop to LQC's path. No Shadow Ward is gonna save you from the curse of the double edge.
And I feel like this is just going to be happening in a loop. And the Warlock doesn't really have too many options. Even if you go through the gate, what can you possibly do since there's a Dazzle on the other side? It is really awkward. I think they're going to have to rely on Niche making his way over, but that will require a power rune. That will require your Warlock or your Wind Ranger to make their way out. Speaking of Wind Ranger, over on that top side, you can potentially get a kill on Shempik, but it's still really hard. And Dazzle, he's making his way over for that towards that bot lane. This Warlock base may just die again.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Thankfully, LQC is a little bit busy with the wave pull, so it's gonna keep him out of instant harm's way. But yeah, they can latch onto him easily. Dazzle gives up the conquest. He realizes that an easy target is not within the vicinity, and they might go in for the Chempik kill. But at the same time, you don't really... You gotta find the right angle with the Mars, and Mars is, after so many patches, a little bit too easy to read. If he closes in, you know, from a specific angle, and you know that you're between him and the trees, you gotta move out because the spear is gonna come out right after. It's not until you get the arena that you're able to have the safety grace for a proper setup. Meanwhile, bottom side, Broodmother, she's been dropping a little bit too low there, but actually she's gonna be fine. Thankfully, Shadow Word is still present, and we do have the Fatal Bonds, so maybe they can try to pressure Norma for just a little bit, but without any excess damage, they cannot go in for the takedown.
They'll be able to, I would suppose, keep this lane a bit passive, and Norma doesn't, you know, they got the 2 kills on the Warlock, but Norma doesn't have too much CS to his name. The Mars is still doing pretty much okay, but Norma has only 15 CS. Shards do come out, but I don't think they're going to be able to make much happen with the Warlock's position so close to his tier 1 tower. So, pretty stable overall.
It's gonna be alright. But yeah, as you said, this guy is not very good in terms of blast hits. He's gonna get him, you know, at one point because he's a little bit more oriented within the fighting segment. So it's not gonna be until a level 4 hoof stomp and double edge that he's gonna be reliable.
Monodrama, top lane, does take in quite a bit of damage, but I don't think they'll be able to take this Dazzle down. You do have the kill shot from the Wind Ranger, but it's so far not done anything.
Yeah. And plus level 2 of Shadow Wave, still a bunch of resources. I mean, not a bunch of resources, he just expended his last tango. So yeah, he only needs to be happy with taking down the courier. Meanwhile, mid lane, we do have a little bit of movement, but we're not seeing any executions happening, even though Nietzsche has his ward up there, but it's just about to expire, so they've lost complete vision if anything is happening, even though they had the +1 unit. Meanwhile, topside, Meow is under siege, and there's the snowball, which is gonna land on top of him. Arena is gonna be prolonged.
At that 6-minute mark, so it keeps, I suppose, ILbirs in a constant state of confusion. They won't be able to contest the power rune. In fact, even their tier 1 tower towards that top side is going to take in significant damage. This is a catapult wave, and Levelup are setting up for a potential Shrine of Wisdom play, even if it is super early.
Let's see, ILbirs are gonna call in reinforcements a little bit too soon, but the Fatal Bonds are not gonna be connected on too much. Still, the Avalanche goes through with the power shot, and Champik will be gone. It's a good chance, but can they get something more out of it? Monodrama under siege. He does have the Shallow Grave if things go haywire. So at the very least, what he can do is try to prolong his inevitable death. And it's gonna be as such. Eyes on the courier, though. Maybe I can get a courier kill before I fall, but the answer will be no.
They keep their Shrine of Wisdom safe. Also, surprisingly, the Dazzle wasn't even able to get the Grave off because I think he expected his Shadow Fiend to survive just a little while longer. Meanwhile, that wasn't possible. At the same time, I think all of the cores here, they're having a decent-ish time. Sure, the Shadow Fiend did die, but at the end of the day, there's no way to stop his farm because you have this greedy Broodmother pick. So I suppose everything is right in the world for both teams here. It's just how will you transition forward? Because I do imagine that the level up transition is going to be a bit smoother.
Yeah, because once they get the big ultimates, it's going to be a lot easier for them to execute. And speaking of, one big ultimate is still going to be prolonged to the second takedown of Meow. We did speak about him getting a better hero in this draft, but it seems like his laning stage is falling short once again.
There's very little they can do to make up for it. I mean, you have you have an old man on a stick right now who can't do anything.
Wait, Gandalf? Mid lane, we have a toss forward onto Monodrama, locked into the trees. It's a beautiful setup, and it's gonna be a kill for Levelup. Can they do something more about this? They have Loopsy locked into the Fatal Bonds with the Shadow Ward. They're closing in the gap. There's the Avalanche. He's gonna try to tag team away, but nope. The toss is gonna keep him in the air. They're gonna even out the score, ILbirs that is. But yeah, the one thing that I'm really worried about ILbirs is when Levelup get their ultimates, they can instantly deliver with them. They don't need anything extra much. Yes, of course, they're gonna need some items to make their heroes 10 times better, but they can execute with the Requiem, they can execute with the Dream Coil. When you get, you know, the other ultimates online. Can we get the Broodmother available? Can she come out and play is the big question. How much more will she need to have? Because she's gonna need a Manta, she's gonna need an Orchid, she's gonna need this, she's gonna need that. The checklist is very long for her.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And does finally decide to go for that Orchid, but it's the Manta style that Rubicon will build up first. And that is an expensive item. That is 5,000 gold nearly, and I'm afraid that even by the time you're able to get to that Orchid, maybe the puck goes for a use. I don't see any reason why he should not go for it. Even against the Mars, the Warlock, the Dispel is nice, the Save is nice. So it's a relatively decent item. Meanwhile, Levelup, they are pushing aggressively towards this bot lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they are trying to get something out of it because that behavior is currently being mirrored, with the Golem also being dropped just for that extra push. But now, ooh, eyes on Rubicon, they finally have the big target in display. It's gonna be a snowball, but it's not gonna be connecting fully with the Spiderlings, which are gonna be used up to take down Loopsy. Arena drop down, they're trying to defend this. Norma, he's gonna be pushed back, and Monodrama will fall right after. Okay, boys, take it down a notch.
Big
This was actually a
overstep.
very good save.
There was a big overstep there. I mean, using the snowball on Rubicon, you talked about the spider web in the early stages, that increased movement speed, increased turn rate means that Rubicon can build up quite a bit of space before that snowball lands, allowing the rest of your team to show up. And that was a very one-sided exchange. 3 heroes from Levelup falling, and at the same time, ILbirs, through the Golem, were able to take that top lane tier 1 tower down too. A big win for their lineup.
Yep. It's a good way to keep up the punishment onto Champic, which, again, getting to the Shadow Fiend is... Well, getting to the Shadow Fiend is hard, but once you get to him, it's very easy to execute. And Meow, he is looking at some sort of a harassment there onto Champic, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be getting it. Even though he does have the arena... No, he doesn't have the arena, actually, in 30 seconds. So he can just play around and keep him in check. Meanwhile, Levelup, they're trying to use this catapult for a mid-tier push, but it's just gonna be short-lasting.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And is there a way that, in my mind, the big question is if there's a way to punish Rubicon. They are certainly going to attempt it, but the scan is actually going to spot them out, so Rubicon won't be getting caught. He is, at the very least, at the very top of the network chart, alongside that Shadow Fiend. But again, there's that window. We saw it in that previous game. Shadow Fiend's going to be going for Yasha and Kaya. Blink Dagger, very greedy, magic damage oriented build, while Rubicon is going to be looking to fight in the ring itself.
Is under attack.
So there is going to be a bit of a window where ILbirs might have the stronger team fight. Now, they need to capitalize on that, and last game they got a bit too desperate and gave away their entire advantage. This time they have to readjust and make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to do it in game number 1. In game number 2, they didn't have... I don't know why, the most consistent off carries out there, and also the itemization was feeling a little bit awkward. Still, things are so far so good for Rubicon. The good thing also as well for him is they initiated only with Norma and with the supports, which unfortunately doesn't result in much of damage. But if they call in Champic once he has the Kaya and Yasha complete, it might be a different story. But let's see. Are they... Okay, they're not doing Roche, they're just pushing targets out. And it's gonna be Levelup who are on the run. Monodrama, he's gonna pop the Knothole projection to try to save himself, but it's just gonna be bad. Golem popped in as well. Okay, guys, no need to overkill a support there. It's not a Dazzle offlane, it's a Dazzle support. Oh, they're gonna find more. Toss back, Snowball, a little bit of back and forth between Loops and Nietzsche, but we're gonna put an arena to a halt. We want you dead and gone.
Structures are fortified.
And they will be able to find him. Tier 1 tower also under threat here, so ILbirs, they find a few quick wins. If you're able to transition this into yet another tower, the map control from Levelup is going to be squeezed. Oh.
Yep. Oh, Malin. Malin who?
Well, they will have to forget about him for about 30 seconds. And that's all 3 tier 1 towers being taken down base. So it's ILbirs actually being able to play in some ways faster and more well coordinated compared to that previous game.
So far, so good. I mean, even though they had an offlane which was, I wouldn't say actively suffering, but it was very heavily pushed, and just to keep the Mars under control, he was able to bounce back. And I like the fact that he's opting in for a first item Yules before getting into the Blink Dagger, which is gonna put him down to a little bit more of an aggressive course, which might not be something that you want to do, especially because Level Up, they can easily strike you back if you lose that primary momentum.
If only they played like this in game number 2, right? It is a kind of heartbreaking when you have that kind of a result. Just when you're because over at EPL, right, the prize pool only kicks in into the playoffs and not in the group stage, so you don't get anything
Yep.
in the group stage, and that is the lifeblood of some of these tier 2 teams at the end of the day.
But fortunately, there's gonna be more to come, at least, you know. It might take a while for our seasons to kick in, because, you know, we're giving the advantage to other qualifiers and other tier 1 tournaments, but, you know, eventually we roll back every month and a half. We're still keeping up with that tempo after... God, how many years has it been? Maybe even 4 years at this point of EPL. Maybe. I'm bad at math. Meanwhile, Loopsy almost got away with his life, but he's gonna be taken down by a solo kill thanks to Rubicon. And I don't want to eat my words about Broodmother having a good game.
I mean, he
I
currently
don't
is,
like it.
but
He's having a great game.
you have to keep in mind, at some point, the way to take down a Broodmother is stacking up the AoE damage, and they will have that. So how well Rubicon does once he gets hit by that Requiem, or once the Requiem is targeting him, that's going to determine whether or not he can keep his great game up.
Let's see what happens right now. Meow. He noticed that the ancient creeps are moving. Avalanche is gonna connect, but the Ice Shards will say no. I was about to say that Chempik is having a very good time staying offline, and, you know, not necessarily jumping into teamfights, but now he's gonna be forced to do so as Norma gets thrown into the arena, dares the golem into the backlines, trying to put a stop to Monodrama. Damage is pouncing. Look at that Fatal Bonds connection. Norma will eventually perish. Chempik won't be able to pop the Requiem properly, as he will fall as well. Loopsy will die right after. Can they find more? Yep, indeed. Hello, Malin. Bye-bye, Malin. Can we find Monodrama? Is he gonna get across the wall? Yes, he will. Just to watch the corpses of his teammates down the lane.
4 kills. There's these kill shots coming in from the Wind Ranger. It's these tosses from the Tiny certainly proving a bit too much. All Rubicon really has to do, he doesn't even have to fight. He just has to throw out his spawn spiderlings every now and then. It is a good, decent chunk of damage, 320 right now, and they have too much map control here. Both of their tier 1 towers still stand. Level Up are being pressed here all across the map.
Yep, the second you see that Loopsy gets taken down mid lane, we are seeing Norma under siege just a little bit, so they can keep somebody busy until the wave comes.
Chempik though?
But they could have went in for the tier 2 tower. Topside Chempik, this is bad, but he's gonna be able to walk away. They notice the TP's pushing through. Korang, he's gonna be fine. Oh, bit with the backlines. Hello, Warlock. Can they take him down? Toss forward for the save. Malin, is not gonna be able to drop the Dream Coil. He will eventually be able to do so, but he's a little bit far off from the remainder of the team. Do you really want to fight into this one just by yourself, sir? Now he's forced to evade, but there's the toss. Avalanche with the power shot. Malin regretting every decision in his life up to this point.
And this is how he was playing in that previous game, right? Very risky on the puck, but able to come up with good initiations. This time around, there's so far... Oh, Chempik?
He's trying to do something, even though this is the best Requiem we've seen 18 minutes in, but he just showed up. He checked if his ultimate is working. It is, but it doesn't seem like, you know, that show of display is gonna, you know...
His Death Requiem is working as well. You know, maybe he wanted to show us that too.
Yeah, just, you know, checking things, you know, the formulas are working, the engines are fine, but you cannot really do that when the race is in progress, sir.
And with this kill, I mean, they're now up 8,000 net worth. For ILbirs, this is a very convincing performance. They'll be able to take apart this tier 2 tower, perhaps. There's no Requiem to play with, there's no Dream Call to play with. It does come off of cooldown, but how do you take a fight when you're this far behind? I really don't. The Puck has 6,000 net worth. He is almost even behind Horang on the Wind Ranger. Maybe even will fall behind LQC.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, maybe Malin has some leftover residue from the items that he had in the previous game that he's feeling overly confident with, but it's not gaining any benefit from for the rest of the team. And I do appreciate a good puck game, but when you're getting the kills, it's great, but when you're just being 0-3 currently, it's kind of scary.
And he's 0-3-0, right? He doesn't have a single kill, and it doesn't have a single assist either. He's just kind of like, he's not even here in the game. Actually, with his 3 deaths, his team would be better off if he didn't actually attempt to go for a fight in the first place. That's what his record in this particular game suggests.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something horrible, but I think I've seen more action from Warlock's Golem than from Malin this game.
I mean, it's taking down
Who
towers.
is currently helping out with Roche, so they're popping this Golem like, we need some extra hand. No worries. We don't even need to use it into a team fight. Like, this guy's been used for pushing, for Roche, for stuff like that. Maybe only one team fight that he's appeared in.
And the last tier 2 tower is also going to fall. This is going to be a lineup that is boxed into their high ground 20 minutes in. Sure, they can venture out with the puck, but you have to be careful of that Orchid. The puck doesn't have the use, is actually sticking around for the same build. Malin wants to get to that Blink Dagger, but I feel like blinking in right now is really dangerous. I mean, I would not want to go into the lineup of ILbirs as it currently stands.
No. I mean, I might have felt very confident because, hey, who sees Broodmother nowadays? Like, maybe we can take her down and punish her, but she has seen 0 punishment across this game so far. 3-0-11 on her KDA. And you don't want to jump into that. You're gonna get instant arachnophobia. It's that bad. Like, she has double the net worth of Malin.
She almost has a combined net worth of both Malin as well as a Centaur, almost. So it's a bit awkward of a spot to be in. Tormentor at the 21-minute mark going to be soloed up by Rubicon, and now with the Gale Force being up for Horang, they will be able to hold the entire lineup in. Maybe only the puck will be able to make it out. It's a really good counter to that Stampede.
Smoke up coming in from Levelup. They notice that there's been nobody there present with the Devil Bounty takedown, but now they want to go for targets. It's going to be niche that they latch onto first, but it's going to be an awkward opportunity as they're going to be pushed back with the Gale Force and ultimately obliterated. Even a long-range kill just from the Fatal Bond's damage. Yeah. What was that thing? Who missteps is the one who's going to get it. It seems like Levelup, they misstepped this game very hard, but I don't know, like, now I'm redoing the math, because when the score is very close, like, when it's the same in terms of groups, the team that had a serious win are gonna pass through, but this is still gonna be 4 points in total for ILbirs, so I don't know, we're gonna know definitely tomorrow, but I was thinking that if it's gonna be a 2-1, it's already lost.
I mean, who knows? I would personally like to see ILbirs, but I wouldn't like to see ILbirs at the cost of another team.
Yeah.
A head-to-head sound, or rather, another best-of-3 tiebreaker sounds pretty fair, but
again, if it's a 1-point difference, it's not gonna be enough.
No.
Chempik thrown back. He has the shallow grave for the time being, but he's just actively pushed in, and Rubicon is gonna take him down. The one thing that this is the first game out of this entire series that we are actually seeing the Gale Force available onto a Wind Ranger, because yeah, she was previously a carry, and this time the game did prioritize her for the Tormentor, and I love the Gale Force so much.
especially against the Centaur, it feels like a really nice ability to have, just making sure that disengagement tool is not going to be available. ILbirs have taken down one entire lane of barracks, and this Aegis is still going to be there for 1.5 minutes. I don't think they need to go anywhere.
Nope. They can just chill around here, stick around, maybe find somebody to kill as Nietzsche jumps into the backlines. He will isolate Monodrama as he's... Nope. magic spells do go across the shallow grave, so you're not gonna TP back home, sir. Could be worse. Oh wait, no, it couldn't.
I feel like Orang isn't in the position to be using that voice line, considering that we're not sure if they're going to be able to qualify. That game 2 win would have probably applied to that voice line a bit better.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, they're having fun, and we know that most of these players know each other. They've played amongst each other, so at the very least, spirits are always going to be great on EPL. Meanwhile, bottom side, Meow, he's going to be picked off first, but it's like, nope, it's just going to be an arena setup in Chempik. He didn't even allow himself to die. He's going to call it GG, which means ILbirs are indeed going to win this series by a 2-1 result. Is it going to be enough to salvage themselves a place into the playoffs? Very unlikely, but it was a good performance, and I hate to freaking admit that I saw a good Broodmother game as a carry.
To be fair, everyone else was also having a great performance, right? I mean, the setups from the Mars, the setups from the Tiny as well, a great core Tiny game. And sure, the Warlock was suffering at the start. Kind of felt like everyone brought in their lineup together when the full unit came across. I mean, never got to the point where the Shadow Fiend was able to do anything this game. This was just ILbirs playing as the better team in game number 3.
Yep, I mean, it was very interesting how at one point there was a very hard shift from the bottom lane towards the top lane from Levelup, because they were trying to focus down Rubicon, they were trying to focus down the Warlock, and it was successful, especially against the Warlock. I don't think the Broodmother had died a single time throughout the entire game. Yeah, she's at 6-0-15. And same could be said for Nietzsche, by the way. He's at 7-0-16. So it's insane to see that. But yeah, after they shifted their attention onto Meow, who was pretty much a valid point, that meant that Rubicon and LQC can do whatever the hell they want, and it's Chempik who needs to be actively involved with keeping him in place. And yeah, we didn't see a Shadow Fiend just doing Shadow Fiend things as before. 27/5 in 24 minutes.
Yeah, that is ILbirs kind of wanted to do that in game number 2 too, but it might have been a bit too late, but at least they are going to be feeling confident. And to be fair, like you pointed out, a lot of EPL seasons planned for the future. For now, we still have 2 more series for you guys over at EPL. We will be heading off to a short break before we resume into those, but a lot of lives are on the line here. I believe for Lixo Esports, their tournament run is not going to be fruitful either, no matter what happens with their result, but it is going to be Rune Eaters versus Nemiga, both of those 2 teams who are currently undefeated. So one of those teams is going to be able to continue the record, and the other will not. We will be back with EPL right after a short break. Hey guys, welcome back to EPL season number 35. This is a very interesting match as Nemiga and Rune Heroes both don't have a single series loss, but one of these two teams is going to have to break their record. One of them is going to end up with a series loss, but at the end of the day, both of these two teams have secured their playoff run, and will be interesting to see how Rune Eaters actually stacks up. I would imagine that maybe Rune Eaters are the better team, but Nemiga, they have been playing really well as of late, and Young G on that mid lane, or rather Young G overall, not on that mid lane. I do believe, I will actually just open up the rosters before me. Young G is there, yeah, okay, so Young G on that mid lane. Don't know why I doubted myself earlier, but Self-Hate on the Templar Assassin. Young G's hero has not yet been revealed, and Rune Eaters, they haven't shown whether or not this is going to be a Shadow Fiend on the mid lane or on the carry position. They can still come up with some flex, even though they are playing a Dawnbreaker, a hero that has a lot of flex built in. We'll see what the Dawnbreaker is going to opt into. But as far as the last pick is concerned, Rune Eaters, they're going to be going for an Ember Spirit, so this will be a Shadow Fiend on that carry position. And Nemiga, are they going to play the Slardar? That is certainly an option. You do have the Templar Assassin already, so that Melt Strike Corrosive Haze combo could be something that can work out really well.
Seconds remaining.
They are taking their sweet time with it, but it just depends. If you want to play for the mid game, if you want to be a bit of playmaker, maybe even play a bit safe, the puck is not available in the pool, so it will just have to be the spirits. Of the spirits, the Void Spirit is the best one, and the Storm Spirit is actually banned out, and you're not going to be playing the Earth Spirit. So it's really just a question of, do you want to play the Slardar, or do you want to play something like the Queen of Pain, or maybe the Void Spirit? But it's only just those two. It really just comes down to those two options. Anything else would be a flex. Beast Monster mid is also available if they want to go for it, but Nemiga, they will stick to the safe role. It will be the Void Spirit. We saw this in the previous series. The Void Spirit did have a pretty good time, and you have a bit of a setup too with the Axe. But at the end of the day, you are playing a Phoenix core again into a disruptor. So that Static Storm by Kidaro can be planted down when the Phoenix dives in, instantly disabling the egg. So Rune Eaters, they do have quite a lot more options, and I do think the laning phase is stronger for Nemiga though. So it will be interesting to see how that actually plays out. Can they build up enough of an advantage that they can snowball this game? But in case they can't, I mean, Yobai on the Shadow Fiend is a force to be reckoned with. I do imagine Yobai will be going straight for the physical damage. You want the additional attack speed to take out the egg with. You want the Hurricane Pike to reposition against the Templar Assassin, and potentially even the Axe. And you do have a save coming in by Anisan, the Shadow Demon, for that disruption play. You can disrupt the Shadow Demon, or rather the Shadow Fiend, and keep him safe if he gets hit by the call. You also have the Dawnbreaker, so they have quite a lot in their arsenal as far as the protection for their Shadow Fiend goes. It just depends on the laning phase and whether or not they can come out of it in one piece. We will be heading into the game, and unfortunately the logo for Rune Eaters is not there, so I will adjust it from my end. One second, guys, it takes a small amount of time to actually pull that off. There we go. We'll talk about the laning phase in just a bit, as right now it is a question of whether or not any of these teams or either of these teams are going to be contesting the power rune. Doesn't really seem like it. But there is a 5-man smoke coming in by Nemiga.
30 seconds to battle.
I mean, Young G is there towards that bot side.
The battle
Dawnbreaker will be looking to secure the rune, so there will be a small contest happening as Young G will be successful though, so it will be 2 and 2 bounty runes each, neither side actually coming up with an advantage, and Namiga, they have an opponent's observer board very far deep into their own tier 1 towers, so Ethereal will have the vision advantage, but at the end of the day, I don't think he can do much with this. He's playing Spirit versus Spirit, and with that, I don't really think that Young G will be amounting this to any kind of a big advantage. Okay, so Young G will actually have the tower take out his creep wave, so the lane equilibrium, it might slightly favor Ethereal here, especially with that second creep wave inside of the river. The range creep is not really going to be denied by Ethereal. He's deciding to actually stack up the pressure on Young G, but he's going to pull him in with the Ether Remnant. Overall, not too bad from either side. Taking a look at some of these side lanes, Jakiro plus the Axe versus the Disruptor and the Shadow Fiend is not that bad, I would imagine. You do have the Glimpse though against the Axe, so even if the Shadow Fiend is hit by the call, you can always just send the Axe back with that Glimpse. It will really just depend on the kind of aggression Ariel is able to dish out against Kidaro, because you can't trade as a Disruptor against a Jakiro. So you will always have that, but you can't trade for too long on the Jakiro, because if you stick around for a while, Shadow Fiend can come in, you can glimpse the Jakiro back, and that will be a setup for the raises to be dished out. A potentially devastating combo for someone like the Jakiro, who does have a fair bit of HP to be fair, but not enough HP to get hit by the 3 raises. Now, why he is going for the Falcon Blade doesn't actually mean that he can't go for the magic damage build, but I talked about it, I would prefer the physical DPS build to be coming out. There's the Battle Hunger. Yawai, he is super slow here. Glimpse on the Axe, though, will keep Kovis9 away from Yawai. And so, no threat to the Shadow Fiend. Unfortunately, Kidaro is playing a hero that doesn't have any healing. So, they're going to be forced to just salve and tango Yawai. Or just pull those in. But Yawai doesn't have any CS here. So, he is getting a bit shut down. Only 6 lost hits for Yawai. Nemiga are doing a fantastic job in this early laning phase, where they have all 3 cores at the top of the CS chart, and Kovis9 hasn't even hit his level 2, or rather level 3, for that second point in the Battle Hunger. Lotus Orb. Kidaro can't contest this. I feel like this might just be First Blood, but it isn't. Anisan will actually acquire First Blood towards that bot lane by taking out the Templar Assassin. Self-hate will fall, and Vanilli won't be able to do much. In fact, Anisan has the movement speed advantage, will throw out a blood grenade. All he needed was that disruption with Vanilli. He'll be able to make it inside of those trees, away from the Shadow Demon, and that will be Rune Eaters with the advantage. Kidaro. He is once again really so. Kapistan is actually going to drop the call on Yowai, and both of the safe laners here are going to be getting dropped pretty low. I'm surprised that there's a bit of a uncoordinated attempt, but Yowai again is going to face that constant harass coming out by the Jakiro, and there's nothing really that Kidaro can do anything about this. They are consigned to their fate, sealed by Ariel. Again, there is that dual breath as well as a liquid fire, and Yowai, he is going to get, or rather, Kapistan is going to get glimpsed back, but that doesn't change the Yowai's circumstances. He will be going down. The kill on the Shadow Fiend that they have been trying for so long, chipping away at him until he fell. And that is going to be a big advantage. Shadow Fiend was able to recover in terms of his CS, up 20 lost hits, and has the Falcon Blade now at the ready, so that plus 200 or so health that he will have at the back of that Falcon Blade is certainly going to help him out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ariel needs to be super careful. He is slowed down by this ghost. I mean, the slow coming in from this frost attack is quite significant. 25% at the level 1 mark.
Dire are scanning.
Namigo have less than 1,000 net worth advantage to their name. Jakiro is gonna come in. Ethereal, he's not level 6. So Namiga might be able to take down a mid laner as well. They will be able to. Rune Eaters did not see that one coming. And it does feel like Namiga are getting maybe a bit more done around the map. And there's going to be a window where the Templar Assassin is going to be stronger than the SF. So the mid-game timing is going to be one where Rune Eaters will have to play a bit more passive than the other side. Right now, it is still that one level advantage that Youngji possesses. Ethereal so close to his level 6, needs these creeps to actually die before he can hit it. And with Youngji and the rest of Namiga backing away, Ethereal will hit his level 6 mark. There is still the shield rune available for Youngji, so they can't really do anything against this Void Spirit. But as time goes on, it really depends on what the Void Spirit goes for. Is it the Vessel? Is it just the Urn into that Aghanim Scepter? But sooner or later, you do need the Aghanim, especially against that Ember and against the Shadow Fiend. As Ethereal was spotted out there. But is that going to change? Vanilli and Ariel seem to want this Shrine of Wisdom. The Void Spirit's actually going to teleport away. He wants to secure his own shrine and will be able to Astro Step his way in. Dissimulate is going to mean he doesn't get hit by that glimpse. But Kidaro was able to secure his Shrine of Wisdom. And sure, Anisan and Kidaro, both of them will go down for this. But that is a big win for Rune Eaters. They even got a kill on the... or rather, they weren't able to get a kill on the other side. Ariel actually teleported out. So 2 kills for 2 shrines. Not that bad, but when you consider the fact that the Shrine of Wisdom gives about 1,000 experience, or rather 500 experience at the one side, I would imagine that's actually not that bad. It is bad for these supports, but Ariel isn't actually starved for experience. He is level 5 and will be able to hit his level 6. I think the Phoenix, who I thought would be a core, is actually not the core. I don't know why I thought he was the core. This was an Axe, Void Spirit, and Templar Assassin. So Vanilli is going to be the one to struggle here. Level 3 on this Phoenix is going to be a very late level 6. And that Supernova isn't going to be available for them, where perhaps they might have wanted that a bit earlier. Berserker's Call into the Supernova, a devastating combination. Certainly easy to execute. And the fact that it is going to be delayed is going to hurt them. But Yowai is at the very top of the network chart. And Youngji, he isn't that far behind, but still ahead of the Ember Spirit. Oh, Ethereal, he's going to be brought in. He does have the Flame Remnant, so he should be able to make his way out relatively easily. They're going to go back to their fountain. Yowai going to go for that Manta style. I mean, the best item to have. But I feel like Manta style, or I'll have to hold that thought, it is going to be Onku. Is he going to be able to make it out? There certainly seems like it. He'll be able to actually escape from that position, as it does feel like a position where the Manta style can sometimes be used against the Shadow Fiend, in specific when you have an axe. So the Manta style comes out, the axe goes in for a call, and if you do have your illusions hitting the axe, that is going to be a 1 to 2 second window where the counter helices are going to be proccing just a little bit more. But Corvus9, he's going to end up inside at that Solar Guardian range, is going to be getting glimpsed back. They will be able to take him down. Yowai is the one in trouble though, but with the Requiem in his hands, Rune Eaters will be able to secure 2 quick, easy kills. The Void Spirit was there, the Phoenix was there, but quite frankly, Nemiga's lineup does hit a ceiling in that regard when they don't have their Supernova, and when Onku shows up, that is a spot where Nemiga can't make it out of that position all that well.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle
The Templar Assassin is certainly doing well for himself, but the difference between him and the Shadow Fiend is starting to build up.
under attack.
Kidaro looking to secure the SF's position, as Vanilli is here too with the Phoenix, so they do appear like they want to shut down the Shadow Fiend. Corvus9 going for the Berserker's Call has not been successful. In fact, Corvus9 is just going to drop dead here. Ethereal doesn't have enough mana to remnant forward and make something happen at the back of that Axe's death, but still, by taking out the offlaner, they managed to shut down the pressure that Yowai was going to be facing, and now he can be back to farming up. Kodaro is even going to use his own clarity on the Shadow Fiend. And the Tango duration has been halved, the salve duration has been halved, or rather the Tango duration hasn't been halved, the healing it provides has actually been halved. So they haven't done anything to the clarities though. So clarities, when pulled in to other heroes, still have their full intended effect.
Radiant's middle
Yongji.
tower is under attack.
He is looking for his way in, and we'll be able to find it, but inside of that Static Storm, I'm not really too sure if that was where he wanted to be. Rune Eaters will be able to acquire that kill. Ariel, once again, also going to get glimpsed back. Kidaro, the playmaker for Rune Eaters in this early game, and they are getting quite a lot done. With the fact that all of these kills are happening away from Yowai's lane, he's able to consistently find his farm, and they're going to be able to take this tier 1 tower out too. So Rune Eaters build up a big advantage in this early to mid game, or the transition to the early to mid game, and they're going to have quite a lot of
Radiant are scattered.
space available. Now a lot of this is made possible by that Dawnbreaker with those Solar Guardians, and also possible because they took away the Shrines of Wisdom. The Phoenix finally does have his Supernova. It's not the earliest, but maybe with this there's going to be some additional pushback against Rune Eaters when they make that move again. Yongji is going to go in, but can't do anything more.
Are scattered. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Corvus9. Ember Spirit, Ethereal is going to be remnanting back. We haven't been able to take out the Ethereal past that one time where they took him out at the level 5 mark. The same can be said for Young G, but because he went down later, he gives away more net worth. They finally have the opportunity to take out UI. However, there's that Solar Guardian. Kidaro even dropped down that Static Storm, preventing the Culling Blade from ever coming out. And you need to bring in more if you want to take UI out. There is a 1500 net worth discrepancy between the two carries here. As Selfade is farming up nicely. He has his Desolator now, wants to be getting to that Dragonlance and to that Blink Dagger. And then the TA will finally show up. In fact, Onku, he's going to be able to teleport away. And actually spotted out that Desolator too. Shadow Fiend also has his Manta style. I would actually imagine that Shadow Fiend is a lot stronger in terms of a carry. Anisan, though, at the very least, they'll be able to pick up that easy kill. It is just a support. Ariel is not going to fall here. Not even close. And maybe with this Desolator, they should be able to take out this tier 1 tower. Certainly have the numbers here for it. It is a Jakiro lineup at the end of the day, even though the Liquid Fires never came out in that position. Kidaro will drop down an Observer Ward, will go back as well through the gate, but building up the vision for what is yet to come. Ethereal went for the Kaya after that Vessel, so this is a very farmed up Ember Spirit, all things considered. A full 2000 net worth above that of the Void Spirit, who doesn't have as much farm. In fact, he's going to be going for that Yule Scepter, so the utility coming out from both of these two spirits is going to be really different. For the Ember, he will have a lot more damage output. And maybe for Young G, he'll have that setup, that guaranteed setup for that Ether Remnant. But I suppose the Yules also helps them against the Shadow Fiend quite a bit. And against that Static Storm, you can use yourself for as long as the Disruptor doesn't have a Scepter, which shouldn't really be an item that will come out by that before that 30 or maybe even 40 minute mark. Oh, Ethereal, he saw the Void Spirit here. But at the very least, they should be able to apply pressure on this tier 1 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Which is potentially going to fall here. I don't think they can do much about this.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Neming are forced to just play defense here, or play passive. I mean, they are moving around the map as a full 3-man, but going against the Solar Guardian is just really hard. And Onku, he's going to make it a lot harder with that increased healing coming in from the Aghanim Scepter. They're waiting for the Ember Spirit. They're waiting for the Axis Berserker's Call. He does have that Blink Dagger. Kovis 9. He is going to be able to launch that call and even will be able to dunk the Ember. Potentially paving the way to take out this tier 1 tower. But the question is, will the rest of Rune Eaters show up to defend? It seems very unlikely and very difficult, honestly, without your Ember Spirit at the ready. And with the Desolator from this TA, this tower is going to fall pretty easily.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Hurricane Pike almost at the ready for your Y too, so he'll have that repositioning
Radiant's
tool
top tower is under attack.
as Onku will be taken out too. again, these are the axe setups that they are utilizing, but how much longer can they actually rely on this? Because these are only good for the pickoffs. Sooner or later, you will need to go in for some team fights. Ethereal once again got in, but Onisan is there with the disruption. Unfortunately, there's the ice path. Now the Ember Spirit should be able to make his way out. The question is, Onisan, will he be so lucky? Kidaro's going to come in with a huge static storm, actually holding the TA in place, but she'll be able to blink away. The Requiem is going to be sent out, but it's not really going to do anything. So Rune Eaters at the back of all of the big spells that they had committed really did not find anything in that team fight. Nemiga will be able to equalize the gold lead discrepancy. Well, nearly equalize it. As UI will make his way towards the Tormentor. Now, Vanilli does have his Supernova. They also have the thing that they have all the spells at the ready, and a Tormentor, it's not going to be taken out. So it means that without the Requiem, you're going to have to try and find some way to fight. Static Storm's not available too. So this is going to be very difficult for the side of Rune Eaters. Ethereal will not be getting hit by the call, but does get hit by the Ether Remnant. Now the Solar Guardian comes down in. Kovis9 in massive amounts of trouble, will just die. Supernova isn't going to be able to find as much. Anku should be safe here, and as now Vanilli is the one in trouble. The hits coming in, Demonic Purge on Aerial as well. Shadowfiend is able to dish out so much of that damage as Self-Hate is going to be getting glimpsed back and will be brought down before he can take Onisan out. Rune Eaters find themselves 4 entire kills, and they might even be able to pick off this Tormentor as the Demonic Cleanse becomes available for that Shadow Demon. So you now have that additional heal as well as the additional dispel. Rune Eaters, 8,000 net worth advantage, certainly seeming in control of this first game in the series. Ethereal has the Aghanim Scepter. Will have that shield rune as well. As our bot lane Roche Pit is going to be engaged. No contest coming out from the side of Nemiga, so it seems like they'll have to give up this Roshan, the Aegis, in the hands of Yowai. The next 5 minutes are going to be a bit difficult to play. Your towers may be sieged as well, and the only way Nemiga have to initiate is with this axe. Sure, the TA can blink in, sure, the Void Spirit can step in, but you need this axe's Berserker's Call to be able to lock down some of Rune Eaters' lineup. Vanilli is gonna get caught and will be able to dive away, but it's gonna get glimpsed back by Kidaro. Yowai will be able to pick up that kill. As Ethereal takes down Aerial, the Onage call comes out, and with a 9,000 advantage up for Rune Eaters, they may not have the kills to display for this advantage, 13 kills only, but they've been able to take a lot of map control. Shadowfiend, Yowai now on this tier 2 tower should be able to actually take this down. I mean, there's no Jakiro, and you may not want to fight 4v5, not into an Aegis. It'll be a 4v6 fight essentially. This is what giving up the Shadowfiend in the draft leads you to. They came out with this axe, which has not been in the meta. Really comes and goes in the meta, to be fair. Kovis9 Gonna get hit by the Requiem. The Razors should be there as well. The Berserker's Call is gonna come out, but it's not gonna help him. UI finding a solo kill on that axe. And now he's 5,000 above that of the Templar Assassin. This is, quite frankly, there are few ways in which you can have a worse game against the Shadow Fiend. As he has an entire Silver Edge coming for him. The movement speed cap as well as the break on that axe is going to completely shut down Kovic9's game.
Radiant are scanning.
UI doesn't have the Requiem at the ready. Kidaru attempting to deward that location. As UI, quite frankly, he just wants these towers. I mean, they have the Solar Guardian save at the ready. Sure, no auras besides that, but the Demonic Cleanse there too. The Solar Crest will be able to buy him some amount of time. This is looking like a game that has slowly, or rather, not even slowly, that has quickly gone out of control. Out of the hands of Nemiga.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
And there's still 1.5 minutes left on the Aegis. They might be able to take out the last remaining tier 2 tower. I'm surprised Nemiga are playing this passive. They should be looking for a fight, but how do you play into this kind of a disadvantage at just the 25-minute mark? Your Templar Assassin, he now has the BKB, so I suppose that there's nothing else to wait for.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
One has the Yules. But I don't think they move towards that high ground. I suppose they might want another Aegis, but unless you get a teamfight win, you're not going to be going up there. Ethereal will be able to go on forward. Ariel is potentially going to be taken out. And even young G falls. Hawaii was able to pick up a solo kill. This is, I'm afraid, a bit too much for the side of Nemiga. I do not think they'll be able to come up with any kind of a difference in this game. It's a 91% win probability for Rune Eaters. It's quite frankly, the last 7 minutes have propelled them from a 50% win probability to a 91% win probability.
Radiant are scanning.
As UI, Aegis does expire, but he seems quite content with the kind of advantage he has. Solar Crest also being pulled into the Shadow Fiend, and Nemiga, they are showing no signs of teleporting in. Now they finally do with Self-Hate.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
But a double damage rune on the Shadow Fiend. Finally, they go in by Kovic9, but instantly this disengagement comes out. And man, oh man, is it really difficult. In fact, the hits coming out from the Shadow Fiend are so deadly right now. Self-Hate activates that BKB, but is just going to get annihilated.
Radiant's middle barracks.
And now the barracks are going to fall as well.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Or at least just the one. But is there anything else that Rune Eaters need to wait for is the big question. They have so much of an advantage. Now, if somehow you're able to defend, and it's going to be really hard to do that, maybe you can find a comeback, but this really feels incredibly one-sided as far as game number 1 goes. Go call will be sounded out. Youngji will be able to Astro Step away. The Yule Scepter on Youngji to self-Yules himself, but quite honestly, Kovacs9, Vanilli, Ariel, they're all going to melt. Self-hit will simply call GG, as this game did not work out for Nemega. 28 minutes in, Rune Eaters rip them apart. And I really hope for Nemega's sake this game isn't an indication of the series overall, because this was a relatively poor showing. Now, I do think that the Axe pick isn't really ideal, and maybe even giving the Shadow Fiend away to a player like Yowai is the wrong thing. Ban that hero out, don't pick the Axe, and the drop suddenly wouldn't look as bad. Quite frankly, Rune Eaters also play with Kidaru on the Disruptor quite a bit, but Kidaru also plays a Shadow Demon. These kinds of playmaking supports are ideal for him, so there's a lot that Rune Eaters got as far as a draft is concerned. Even Ethereal getting his Ember Spirit, you need to be at least targeting Rune Eaters with some bans on their key heroes. For Nemego, there's still a series left, or rather, there's still a game left, or two, if they're able to take it to a game number 3, but we'll find out what happens over at EPL, the remaining few series of the group stage, right after a short break, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned. Hurricane Pike almost at the ready. It's actually being sent out to the Shadow Fiend now. Yowai has the Hurricane Pike. And I'm quite frankly surprised by Nemiga's complacency in this mid game. They have the Lifestealer farming up, but again, the difference between Self-Hate and the Shadow Fiend just continues to build up. They haven't gone for these towers, they haven't gone to take trades, they're just afraid of this Aegis. And the Aegis will expire in 1.5 minutes. Finally, for some reason, this design now is the point where they do want to take a fight. They do mark the map. And the reason why is, of course, that Tormentor, but they're so late with the Tormentor that maybe it'll just be collected unless Rune Eaters... Okay, no, they are going to attempt the Tormentor. It is a very deep wraparound, and it is a very surprising wraparound. Tormentor is going to be collected by Ani-san. They are going to go in through the gate. But the rest of Nemiga, they might just be able to show up here in time. Ethereal is going to be grabbed. Yowai is back in. Kovis9 taking in quite the bit of damage. May actually fall here despite the BKB. Ethereal just needs the one swipe. He'll commit to the X mark. Unable to get the Tidebringer out though. By the time he finally does, it'll be Self-Hate that falls. Ethereal will be traded out, but because Self-Hate is down, Nemiga are forced to back away. Vanilli in trouble. Just a few hits from the Shadow Fiend will be enough to take him out. Rune Eaters survive at the edge of a lot of their heroes' lives. Ani-san barely about 100 HP, if even that. Anku around 300 HP. Zerial is holding his position just in case someone else shows up. They do see the Enigma. Young G wants to make a play towards him. Has revealed his position. Ani-san is here with a disruption to protect the Enigma. As the sharpshooter will be taken out. Ani-san. Young G now the one in a lot of trouble. Will be remnanting back. Can he survive? He can. So they do find a good pickoff, but not nearly enough compared to what Rune Eaters acquired. At the end of the day, as long as the Shadow Fiend survives, it doesn't matter who else falls. As Anku now has the Blink Dagger at the ready as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Disruption. Ice Path is going to be mitigated though. It's a great static storm. It actually disrupts everything that Rune Eaters were attempting. Shadow Demon Ani-san is going to fall. Kidaro forced to drop down that Macro Pyre to create that separation himself. But it appears that Yowai was able to take out Ariel, and they are able to fight back. And despite of that flashy start and that really strong start to the fight, Nemiga will only be able to acquire the Shadow Demon after dropping their huge ultimates. Requiem was never sent out by Yowai, as he appears to know that the Primal Beast was going to go through the gate. When I say appears to know, it's probably just his instincts that kicked in, as that is the safest play for the Primal Beast to make. Or second safest. The safest would just be teleporting out. But he also wants to collect a bit of farm on his way out. Have to be afraid of Ethereal and his Orchid. As Vanilli, he's going to get hit by the Demonic Purge. Oh, man. The amount of damage coming in from Yawai. Going for that Silver Edge. Remember, that break goes through. Debuff immunity doesn't actually break that break. Or dispel away that break. There's no way to dispel it. So, the Silver Edge will be applied on the Lifestealer. Now, the thing is, Lifestealer has a 6-second duration. Silver Edge only has a 5-second duration. But the good news is that if you're able to apply that Silver Edge break within a few seconds of that rage, it will outlast that rage. And so the Lifestealer will be broken. Why I mentioned the break is because the Lifestealer relies on its Ghoul Frenzy. So you take away around 140 attack speed as well as his movement speed if you are able to break him. Kunkka is going to be able to activate his BKB and wrap around. Onku gets hit by that Static Storm, so he won't be able to activate his Black Hole. And might just be able to come out with it, but no, the Sleight of Fist is able to take him out. Yawai priming his Requiem does not want to send it out. In fact, they will abandon the rest of their lineup for dead. As Anisan and Kidaro both get taken out, Nemiga able to fight back and are able to fight hard. But still, they've lost the mid lane tier 2 tower as well. Rune Eaters, quite frankly, are able to get way too much. Self-hate. Ooh, Yawai should have known the creeps would have fallen quickly, so he should have actually made his way towards the creep wave. He's going to go for another Silver Edge. Self-hate. Is he going to go through the gate? No, he wants to try and take the Lotuses. Ethereal is coming in and will be able to work it. Instead of the Requiem, why not just try and right-click the Lifestealer to death? And Self-hate will fall. Meanwhile, it is a full team fight brewing up. Anisan does get taken out and they should be able to find this tier 1 tower. Alongside of it, a good return, but not as big as the loss of your carry.
Radiant are scanning.
Corvus9 comes in. There is that movement speed disruption. Corvus9 will be able to back away, but that is his BKB use. Now it's down to the 7, or rather the 6 seconds BKB. Tormentor hasn't spawned, but Roshan actually has. And without the BKB available from the Primal Beast, with Onku who has a Black Hole, maybe they can make their way towards that Roche Pit. But without Onku having a BKB, it's going to be very difficult. And Rune Eaters certainly do need to be careful. Kidaro is going to be able to send out his Macropyre, and the Static Storm actually has not found much by Vanilli. So it is a big ultimate actually being wasted, and maybe they needed that Static Storm. Ethereal will be able to spot out Youngji as well as Corvus9. As Onku, maybe he looks for the Black Hole over here. Ghost Ship is actually going to land on Corvus9, and he's going to get taken out before he can do a single thing. Ariel is also going to be getting hit by the X mark, and unfortunately for the scurry little fellow, he won't be able to survive that. Roshan is going to be attempted and probably get taken out. I mean, Rune Eaters are playing this super darn well, and it just goes to show for the rest of the teams when they do their homework against this lineup, you ban out Yawai's hero pool, you ban out the Shadow Fiend, you don't want to let it through. We saw it in game number 1, him outpacing the other carry who is not a flash farmer for the first 15 or so minutes, at least until he gets his Radiance, but by the time that he does, Yawai is able to get so big, the Shadow Fiend is able to get so big, that the difference can never really be caught up upon. And now with this Aegis, now with the Chrysalis in hand, banner plays down, intentions being made as clear as day. Or as clear as night in my case. Barracks are going to be falling as well. Can't really defend this position. And all this without a black hole being used in that last team fight. Well, it wasn't really a team fight, it was just Nemega being brutalized. At least Kovis9 wants to get to his Shivas and his Aghanim Scepter, but the problem is, if he had his Shivas and Aghanims, maybe they would have been able to do something. And this is not going to be one of those games where the Lifestealer is going to be able to become that raid boss and 1v5 the other lineup. This is just a scenario where it feels a bit too brutal. Both teams undefeated in the group stage standings, but it feels like Nemega are on the cusp of their first series loss. As a full Daedalus gets primed by Yowai, he only needs that Demon Edge. We'll be able to acquire it in this incoming creep wave. Or maybe 100 gold more is required. They want to go in through the gate. Not really too sure of what they're hoping to find there. Oh, sorry. It's the Tormentor. Their hopes are pinned on a real objective rather than my imagination. Nemega are going to sound the go call. They are now fully prepared, although I'm not sure if their full preparation is going to be enough to turn this game around, turn the tides of this game back in their favor. Or I suppose it was never really in their favor. And it's surprising, right? You take a look at the kill feed, 13 to 22. Nemega have 9 kills of an advantage, but this game doesn't really suggest that they possess any kind of an advantage. Ember Spirit has the Shiva's Guard, and unfortunately, I really do have to ask a pro player next time I do a podcast segment, why do teams make 2 Shiva's Guards? As Ariel 2 hits and he's dead. Even without a Daedalus Strike coming about. I feel like 1 Daedalus Strike and he would have actually died there. 2 minutes of that Aegis, and unfortunately for Nemega, they won't be able to split the map. They will have to fight against that life, or rather, against the Shadow Fiend. Disruption on Yowai to create those illusions. Searing Chains, this Shiva's Guard, Slide of Fist, Rock Throws. It's barely tickling Yowai with that Solar Crest. This Demonic Cleanse is going to heal him back up to full HP. Yowai is going to be getting back. Youngji is going to get a hit by the X mark. And he is hit by the silence. I'm not sure if he can make it out over here. The hits are not going to be enough to take him out, but they have sent him back to the fountain. Another rock throw, not really going to result in anything. As the second lane of barracks, it's going to fall without Nemega being able to find the right approach. And it's only 1 barracks remaining. Youngji at a bit of a loss as Ethereal activates his BKB. Throws out that X mark, but another good Static Storm coming out by Manili turns out to be a sacrificial Static Storm as he has lost his life. Kovis9 now wants to onslaught in, but Yowai still has 40 seconds with the Aegis. What are Nemega thinking? Self-Hate wants to go at it in a 1v1, but gets hit by the Demonic Purge. Onku comes in with a Black Hole to seal Nemega's fate. Unless they can fight back, they throw out the Pulverized. Kidaru has fallen, but the rest of Nemega's lineup, they have to play without their Lifestealer. Maybe even their Ember Spirit, as he has gone down too. Vanilli bought back into this, but without your 2 cores, you can't defend this position. Youngji will buy back into it, but Self-Hate he doesn't have a buyback. And at the end of the day, Rune Eaters will be able to get what they came for. One more hit to acquire Mega Creeps as Yowai feels that he has plenty of time to acquire that objective. Disruption comes out by Anisan, keeping Yowai going. Ember Spirit is now on his dieback timer. Kovis9 is about to join him in the grave unless he can make his way out, which it doesn't feel like he'll be able to. Mega Creeps on the horizon, but Nemega will not live to tell the tale. Kovis9 will just simply call GG, and Rune Eaters, they will be able to sweep Nemega under the rug. Very interesting series. Did not expect it to go in a 2-0. I did expect Nemega to be able to fight back, but quite frankly, Rune Eaters, they look formidable. They look fully prepared for this current season of EPL, where they will end up with a scoreline of 5-0 in the group stage, the only team not to drop a single series in their group at the very least. We do have still one more series for all of you. It is going to take place between Zero Tenacity and Lixo eSports. Zero Tenacity, who have 2 series wins and 2 series losses, who have, to be fair, pretty much secured their run into the playoffs. And actually, when I take a look at the group number A, VP Protege actually have 5 series wins and no series loss. So VP Protege have actually entered the group stage undefeated as well in their group. So, of course, Zero Tenacity will at the very least be able to secure the playoff run, and for Lixo eSports, this is a very important match. Astini plus 5 have a total of 6 points. Lixo eSports have a total of 5. So if Lixo are able to win the series 2-0 or 2-1, it doesn't really matter. They will have a better standing than Astini plus 5. And even if they lose their series, if they at least get 1 game of a win, they'll be tied with Astini plus 5, so then we'll have to go for the tiebreakers, and it is a head-to-head tiebreaker, so we will see how that actually pans out between both of those 2 teams. But there is a bit of an extended break. There is an hour of a break. We will be back with EPL in around an hour for that final remaining series of the group stage overall. This is your host Ultras, and I hope that all of you will join me in an hour when that series is going to start.
10 seconds remaining.
Hey guys, welcome back to EPL Season 35, the final best of 3. Before we end things with the group stage, Zero Tenacity versus Lexo Esports. Zero Tenacity may have secured their playoff run, but Lexo Esports, they're not in such a good spot. In fact, they'll need to come up with at least one game of a win. And in the series, I mean, they only need one map of a win. And then they'll be tied up for that 4th place position against Astini +5. And if they come out with 2 map wins, even if they don't win the whole thing, they'll be ahead of Astini +5 and will be making it into the playoffs. If they were to win 2-0 or 2-1, that is going to be the ideal case scenario. But Zero Tenacity are quite frankly the much better team. So Lexo Esports, they, in one of the few past few series or seasons of EPL, did have a pretty good run. Made it all the way, I believe, to that grand final position, but haven't been able to do much apart from that. We will see if they're able to get their strong record back. Again, though, against Zero Tenacity, it is so hard. I mean, you take a look at some of the players, Warwick plus Desire coming in from Night Pulse, Nefrit and Moose, who were with Zero Tenacity before, and even Dream. So it is quite hard, I believe. As Ember Bristleback, or rather Bristleback on that front line, Ember Spirit for those disables and the control in that team fight, and not to mention the overall magic damage output. Jakiro plus Shadow Demon as well. Shadow Demon will offer you those saves. For Lexo Esports, this Templar Assassin will burn to a crisp if they are not able to keep him going, and that will take the efforts of the Centaur plus that Shadow Shaman. If the Shaman is able to get this Hex off and able to disable the Ember Spirit down, I think that Lexo could do it. But at the same time, it is going to be so hard to get inside of that Bristleback and come out with some meaningful duration for your Shackle. I think you need another frontliner on Lexo from that mid side. Not too many heroes can fulfill that role. The Slardar can for the first 25 to 30 minutes of the game, but then the Slardar also starts to scale off. I suppose we will just have to see which hero will be coming out here. As I will adjust in the logos. I actually can't find Lexo's logo, so I'll have to go back to the internet to be able to spot that one out.
Radiant team pick.
Oh wow, Zero Tenacity come out with a Mortha. This is going to be a Mortha carry. One of the best heroes against, I would imagine, the Templar Assassin, but doesn't have a lot of sustain. So if the Shaman can get the Shackle off and this Templar Assassin can dish out those few critical strikes required, they should be able to take this Mortha down. But at the end of the day, it is still going to be pretty hard of an objective to achieve. Right, I mean, I doubt Zero Tenacity will just stay still for that. They have the Shadow Demon disruption. Lexo Esports, they'll come out with a Leshrac over on that mid side, but it's still super hard. Now, sure, the Leshrac can be considered a bit of a frontliner once you have enough items, particularly that Bloodstone or that Shiva's Guard, but towards that early to mid game is going to struggle to close that gap. Warwick with the Ember Spirit should always be able to take Lexo, or rather keep the Leshrac at shoulder's length, and this Bristleback, too much physical damage. So I very much prefer the draft of Zero Tenacity, even with the Mortha as their carry. I believe that Lexo's initiation, it's so incredibly hard. Not for the Centaur, but just everyone else who want to follow up. And I'm, of course, factoring in the fact that Zero Tenacity are the bigger and better team, and Lexo Esports will have to muster up something magical in order to get things done. But let's see if they'll be able to do that. Game number 1 should be beginning shortly. Nefrid has a kind of meter. I wonder what that is. Is that a meter for his goo? Meter for the damage output that he takes in before he launches a quill? A barrel meter for your quill sprays. A quill meter. A goo meter. A go. Gaw meter. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. Talking about the win condition for Lixo eSports, sure enough, it is a pretty common draft coming out by them. Eva will need to be able to farm up that Desolator Blink Dagger, and maybe then they'll have a shot, but I imagine that the timings for the Templar Assassin are going to be critical, and once you get that blink, you need to play fast. I do not think this is going to be a game where you can afford to just sit by and farm for that late game mark, as the Templar Assassin is really not going to scale as well against the Mortha. I believe around a 30-35 minute mark is when your lineup is going to start falling down. As Lixo's lineup doesn't have the logo inserted, so I will be the one to do that for them.
Да нет, друг, я не оправдываюсь.
How refreshing.
There we go. Their logo is now in. And should be fine for the rest of, I would imagine, the game here. A 5-man smoke comes out by their side. Observer ward gets planted down by Warwick.
30 seconds to battle.
And the sentry ward immediately gets planted down, and Rayx will not break his smoke. He was thinking about it, but did stop himself unleashing that hit.
Future of grief.
My thanks.
Kaneki also coming in with the crown to get to that Helm of the Dominator. Surprising that he went for this greedy of a build. No tangos, no nothing. Will probably look to get the tango, but the bounty rune gets stolen by Dream. At the end of the day, though, Lixo were still able to acquire 2 bounty runes. It's just that Kaneki needs to be a bit careful because he is taking in quite a bit of damage. Deadshot is going to be on cooldown, but the disruption will allow Lixo to draw first blood. Moose will be the, or rather, sorry, Zero Tenacity to draw first blood. Moose will be the one to grab it. And Zero Tenacity are off to an even better head start. This is not that good for the Centaur, considering this is not going to be an easy lane either. Shaman can trade against that Jakiro with the Shackles, but the Centaur might be getting zoned back. The Shackles are not going to be a permanent factor here because Dream can disable them with the Deadshot at any given time. And if the Shaman isn't careful, he is going to get slowed down to the point where he just gets taken out. Sure, his innate is going to be removing those debuffs, but there's that Deadshot coming in, and X, he might have wandered on a bit too far. Moose is potentially going to look towards taking the Shaman out, but in fact is actually going to just try and pull the creep wave back. He will be successful to draw the range creep's attention, but not much else. As there does appear to be a bit of a trade-off. Ooh, Kaneki does get pulled in with another Deadshot. Rakes on this mid lane going to be okay against the Ember Spirit, I would imagine. You have the Chronoptic Nourishments, you can constantly spam out your spells. Every single time you dish out damage, you will be able to have, or rather with your spells, you'll be able to recover some of the mana. And the Lightning Strike pays for itself in terms of the mana output. But I believe it doesn't give you additional mana per unit struck, it just gives you that one baseline mana. Only grants mana when attacking enemies that have mana, so either the Ember Spirit or the Range Creep there. And surprisingly doing okay over on that bot side. Nefrit, as soon as he starts having additional damage coming in, Garbatli, he will be able to take out Desire before he goes down. And Nefrit, he wasn't in position to help out his Shadow Demon. A slight mistake coming out by Zero Tenacity, as they might have been the ones to grab that kill. Eva is doing pretty okay on the safe lane. 13 or rather 14 lost hits up for him. No, it's just 13, I lied. But should be having the 14 now. 3-minute mark. At the 3-minute mark, you'll have the Lotus, and does appear that Eva is in perfect position to secure his Lotus. Meanwhile, Dream is probably going to look to contest this, but you need to be careful. Kaneki coming in with a 2-man hoof stomp. Dream does go back, and a dual breath gets sent out. And again, Dream is more focused on lost hits than helping out his Jakiro. I would imagine that's okay, because you do want all of these lost hits. At the end of the day, Mortha is quite behind in the lost hit department compared to the Templar Assassin, but these extra creeps will help him build up to that. Warwick, 12 lost hits compared to the 19 of the Leshrac, so he does appear to be struggling against the mid laner from Lixo, but not in a significant way. 7 losses are pretty significant, but the Ember Spirit's power spike is going to come about when he hits his level 6, as with the Remnants, you should be able to take out Rakes. Shaman is going to move on over, and Dual Breath is going to clip the Shaman, so he is very slow on his movement speed. X might be taken out over here. The Liquid Fire also procs, as Warwick will be able to make it out. If his innate popped, then the Sleight of Fist could have taken him out very easily, but just the fact that it didn't pop meant that Zero Tenacity couldn't chase too far. Oh, and Moose is actually going to draw the entire creep wave away. Rakes will have a creep wave inside of his topper, and Warwick will draw the creep wave to his side, and also able to take out an Observer Ward. So very nicely done by this Jakiro. Nefrit is going to fall back to the fountain. Kaneki going to get pulled in. Dual Breath as well as a Liquid Fire. Is that going to be enough damage to take out the Centaur? He is super tanky. Dream walking a bit too far back and doesn't have the Deadshot to cancel that Shackle, but Moose is going to be safe. For the side of Zero Tenacity, I wonder what the hesitancy is. Because Dream, he didn't need to walk that far. Sure, you had a level 2 Retaliate, but that Centaur was way too slow and did not have the boots of speed. Garbatli is going to be here, and that means Moose is going to be pushed out because of that Shadow Ward. And Lixo are doing a great job so far at making sure that Zero Tenacity aren't going to be making their way in, or don't have an easy way to shut down Kaneki.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mortha unleashes a Deadshot.
Radiant are scanning.
Moose is going to be hexed up and shackled down. He is as good as dead here. Desire, though, he's coming in with the disruption, so maybe he's even better than dead. Maybe he'll be able to turn it around. X will be the one to fall instead of Moose. Very nicely done by Desire coming in with the disruption, and maybe Moose will even set up for yet another kill. Garbatli will be the one to go down. Zero Tenacity will be able to secure their own Shrine of Wisdom, but it will be going the way of Nefrit. So I believe the Shaman, or rather Desire, was the one to end up with the experience, but slightly struggling in that regard. And even Kaneki will draw the Shrine of Wisdom on from his end. So both supports from both teams not in the position to secure the shrines. I suppose the offlaners grabbing the Shrine of Wisdom is actually not that bad in the Centaur's case, because you want to get to that Stampede as well. That is going to be a big factor, particularly for your Leshrac, because he wants to run down some of these, or provide the Stampede to allow the Leshrac to be able to run down some of these heroes with the Diabolic Edict. As the Leshrac is farming up, or rather stacking up against Warwick, Flame Guard is not going to be enough. The Ember Spirit is going to burn away instead. So they're doing a great job at being able to, I would imagine, find the better exchanges.
Dire are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Disruption is going to be there by Desire. And the Ember Spirit is going to come in. Warwick is there with the Stampede, like I mentioned earlier, is going to provide the buffer for the side of Lixo to be able to, well, make their way out.
Dire's top tower
Ice Spot is going to be there too, Kaneki. He is slowed down. Is he going to fall here? With the whale damage, it does seem to be enough. They take out the offlaner from the side of Lixo. But still, Lixo are the ones with the net worth advantage. Their Templar Assassin is at the very top of the net worth chart. Eva is farming up nicely. And maybe, as a result of this, they'll be able to transition as well. But it's only going to be a matter of time before Zero Tenacity turn their attention towards that Templar. Right now, their attention, at least their attention from Desire and Warwick, is on the Leshrac. Rakes has the Diabolic Edict, so the rest of Zero Tenacity are keeping their distance. But Nefrit, he wants to at least attempt to go on that Leshrac, dodging out that Split Earth, and the Edict has ran out. Ember Spirit is held back from being able to remnant on forward by the Shackles of X. But in the end, they will be able to take this Leshrac out. Warwick wanted to be coming in.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And a lot of stacks going to be cleared up from the side of Lixo. I mean, they'll be able to find quite a lot of stacks. Rakes will potentially be able to get to his mechanism at the back of this, and then they'll have some additional sustain coming in. X will merrily throw out those voice lines, as that is, I suppose, a cause for celebration.
Is under attack.
Zero Tenacity should be able to wreck this tower, especially with the Mortha coming in. Oh, now the Mortha's presence here is quite unnecessary, but you want the additional numbers in case the other side decides to fight back.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Illusion.
The Ember Spirit going for that Spirit Vessel. Certainly the Guardian Greaves heal is going to be mitigated by that vessel.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
Garbatli is...
fortified.
I mean, everyone is farming up. They are playing a bit passive on Lixo, but I suppose it works out. Their Templar Assassin is free farming, has the Desolator around that 12.5 minute mark, and will be able to get to that Blink Dagger as well.
Да нет, друг, я не
Radiant
оправдываю.
are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Apologies for the disruption. There did seem to be something that fell. But now, we are back. Maelstrom is up for the Morta too, so there is, you know, a bit of back and forth between these two carries farm. Morta is behind for now, but it just depends on what the Morta is able to do once you attempt to take a fight. The Templar Assassin is one of those heroes where you need to make something happen with the Blink Dagger, gets some steam rolling inside in your team's favor. And should probably attempt to do that.
Dire's
Kaneki?
middle tower is under attack.
It's in fact going to be a Hex on Dream. But again, passiveness from both teams. Maybe the side of Lixo are expecting they're going to be stronger at that mid-game mark. That is an opinion I do not share, in fact. In fact, it is going to be the calling drop down. X throws out his Serpent Wards too, but Moose isn't going to be caught in them. In fact, it'll be Warwick who'll take out Garbatli towards that mid side, or rather towards that bot lane. Rakes is also going to be rooted in. There is a Shadow Demon arriving. Rakes needs to be careful. If he sticks around for this creep wave, he might just end up demonic purged. Nefrid is going to be there. The Guardian Greaves will provide some kind of sustain to Rakes, but not really anything of significance. He will be going down. The rest of the lineup from X, or rather from Lixo, are here, but even they can't really do much. One-sided fist is going to take out that Shaman. And once again, for the Templar Assassin who has that Blink Dagger, you need to try and take a fight. The Centaur, Kaneki, needs to help out. Every single core is just farming away, and it's a bit detrimental to their game state.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nefrid with the Pipe of Insight. With this pipe, you can mitigate a lot of the damage output coming in from that Leshrac. Speaking of Leshrac, Rakes is here. Eva is here too. Everyone at the ready to take a fight. Shadow Demon's going to be bursted down from the very get-go. And as it appears, the rest of Zero Tenacity, they are looking to back away. Rakes has to be incredibly careful. He cannot frontline the way that he wants. It'll be Dream to activate his Whale, take out the Shaman, as even Eva is going to get cleared up. Dream will end up with a double kill, and in fact, Nefrid wants to charge on forward, but the Warlock will be able to teleport away. They'll clear up the rest of these Serpent Wards. This tier 1 tower is going to be a threat. Kaneki He wants to try and survive. Rakes is also going to be there, but the Leshrac, he can't hold his ground. He will have to get back. But again, he's super slow. One more hit would have been enough, but Zero Tenacity got what they wanted from that. They got the tier 1 tower.
Is under attack.
They'll also plant themselves firmly inside of that Roach Pit, an objective that the Templar Assassin would ideally like to have, but they played it passive. And sure, they were able to burst one hero, but I don't see how anyone else apart from that Centaur is able to stack up. They can't get too close. And the Templar is a hero that wants to maintain that relative closeness where he's not in too much danger, but is also able to dish out the hits. That's not a huge range available. Maybe you go for a Hurricane Pike here for Eva. The Dragonlance attack range should definitely help him out.
Dire are scanning.
Garbatli is going to get taken out.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Rix kind of walked himself into that one. He'll require the Stampede to make his way out, but Desire, he will disable the Leshrac's escape. The Shaman will enable the Leshrac's escape. Demonic Lens is also available for Warwick, so he will be purged away of those debuffs and will just be able to walk away. Both teams will. But the Aegis is still in the hands of Dream. 20-minute Tormentor has also been collected by Zero Tenacity, and they are in a pretty good spot. Nefrit wants to be getting to that Lotus Orb. That mana regen from that Lotus Orb is, or rather, he's changed his mind as soon as I said it. Okay, Nefrit will be going to the Crimson Guard. That one is not going to be changing because he does appear to have bought out those components.
Tower is under attack.
Garbatli. He used the Fatal Bonds. I feel like that was a fatal mistake that he is going to pay for. There's no way to contest against this Mortha, who doesn't even have as much damage output coming out currently. It's just the Maelstrom that they're playing with.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But they're going to stack up against this tier 2 tower. Liquid Fire is going to come in, and the Liquid Fire is not only good for damage output, it's also good for slowing down the tower's attack speed, which means the tower where normally you can outlast the glyph, you can't do that if the tower is hit with the Liquid Fire.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bounty runes are sure to be collected here as Eva, he is going to get hit by the Searing Chains. Ice is going to hold him in. And Eva, they waited way too long to fight with their Templar, and I feel like they're now in a position where they can no longer even fight. Lixo, who require a game win in this best of 3 to make it into the playoffs, now have their high ground being besieged at the 22-minute mark. against Zero Tenacity, who don't have that big of an advantage, but I feel like the lack of a buffer on that front line makes it so that Lixo can't really take a fight. TA does not have a buyback in this scenario.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Kaneki is going to come in, and he has the Blade Mill, but I feel like they can just avoid targeting the Centaur in this kind of a scenario. Split Earth is going to be planted down as well, but no shard up for Rakes means the Split Earth is going to vanish. Warwick is going to try and set something up, but they don't really need a setup. They just want to push back at Lixo, take apart this these barracks and just walk away, leaving the side of Lixo in disarray. However, it seems like Lixo, they want to fight after their barracks have already fallen apart. Kaneki with the Stampede going forward on that front line, but Nefrit, he looks super darn healthy. Rakes is just going to melt. It is going to be Kaneki held back by those searing chains as Eva, he is back in with the rest of his team, or what remains of it. Certainly the Centaur is not going to be left standing, neither is the Shaman. And this game, it pretty much feels like it's very much over. Only a 10,000 advantage, but Lixo have 3 kills on the board. Just the 3. Tier 3 tower as well is really not going to result in anything. Zero Tenacity will be able to break it apart. Desire
Dire's top tower is under attack.
is going to be taken out.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom barracks are under
Nefrit once again held back, but he really feels unbothered by these kinds of attempts. 2 entire lanes of barracks against Lixo. The only reason why, or rather the only silver lining, if there is one for Lixo, is the fact that their tier 2 tower still stands. But for how long is the big question.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Warwick, or rather Kaneki, is going to be held back. There's a Macropyre on top of that Shaman, so he really is not going to be able to hold his Hex or Shackle. Eva is now being targeted. He doesn't have a BKB, but really doesn't have a way to make it out either. 14,000 of an advantage against Lixo.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And it doesn't really feel like they'll be able to go anywhere.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower
There will be an Ice Blast, or rather an Ice Path planted down. And Lixo have a total of cumulative of 4 kills in this game. Zero Tenacity staring down the barrel of that throne. Kaneki wants to go for a stun. I'm not really sure he wants to go for it, but I suppose it is just a bit of a desperate attempt at holding Zero Tenacity back. And it doesn't even hold them back, pretty much. Dream will be able to acquire the tier 3, and there's no reason why they stop here. They should just be able, with the Gunslinger available from the Morta, able to take apart these barracks too. Centaur, he does go in. Ice Path is also going to be planted down. Kaneki Stampede, even with the Stampede, he is so darn slow because of that silver edge, just capping his movement speed. Dream will eventually actually fall down, but the Catapult will be launching that last hit that takes apart the melee barracks, and Mega Creeps have been secured. Dream will even buy back into it because Zero Tenacity apparently have ran out of patience. They just want the game and they want it now. Zero Tenacity will probably head back towards that Roche pit. They know that the buyback has been committed by Dream, so they ideally want the protection of that second life. As the Observer Wards does spot out the fact that there's an amplified damage rune. Now, they could take Roshan and then go for the amplified damage. So they'll have it for the high ground, but they're doing it the other way around. They're taking the amplified damage first and then going Roshan. So that means that Roshan will be a relatively fast target to take. You do have the BKB up now for Eva. The only problem is it's coming so late that sure, Eva has a lot of farm. Actually has as much farm as the Mortar does. But I'm not sure if it changes anything. There's still a 12,000 disadvantage despite of Zero Tenacity losing a lot of their heroes there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Да нет, друг, я не оправдываюсь.
Too few buildings remain on Lixo's high ground. A couple of minor buildings, which are named buildings, apparently, and the tier 2, tier 4 towers. As Kaneki, he goes in for a hoof stomp. They know that Dream doesn't have a buyback, but they'll need to somehow contest against the double lives of Dream. Backline Shaman attempts to go for the Serpent Wards. Immediately going to fall, though, as Warwick has also cut out the Leshrac, but they want to stick their guns. There's a disruption on that TA. Ice Spot is also going to land, and before the BKB can even come out, Eva has lost so much HP that he'll have to go make his way back to the fountain, but will still go down to the Demonic Purge. Shadow Shaman is also going to fall. Rake's now the one in big trouble, will not be able to take a single hero out. GG will be called by Rake. Zero Tenacity take game number 1 in spectacular fashion, and they will be able to... I mean, they've already guaranteed their playoff run. Lixo are the ones who need a game win, desperately. If Lixo are able to take the next game and take Zero Tenacity to game number 3, they will be tied with Astini +5 if they come up with the whole series win, and that means by winning the next 2 games, they will be ahead of Astini +5 and will be able to make it into the playoffs as well. But it does look super hard. Zero Tenacity, quite frankly, they are the much better team. This demonstration was just an example of that. But can Lixo hold on? We will be back with EPL right after a short break to find out, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned.